Say Forlek is first to the stream. Welcome to the Moonwood Alliance, Loki Trickster.
Hold up. Hello. Oh, hold it. There we go. Oh my gosh. I don't know why sometimes it works, sometimes it just in OBS, it was just like, yeah, this is just disconnected. No reason, just disconnected. Yay, OBS. It's great. I love it. It's so great. I have a hard time complaining because it is free, but still, it's like, really? Like, just every now and then, it just forgets what the mic... not just wrong mic, it was just disconnected.
It was, oh boy. Wait. What? I feel like I can hear myself through my monitor, not my headphones. What is happening here? What is going on? Why can I hear my voice through my monitor?
While this is happening, what is happening?
Good evening,
what is going on?
My friends. Apart from my usual, it's my birthday month the 18th, which is regrettably a off day for Moon. Also, you're loud and tinny.
I'm loud and tinny. Well, my guess is then it has decided to pick up my webcam instead of my microphone. All right, what is happening? Hold up. Hold up. What is happening? Why is it not an option? What? All right, hold up, everybody. Everything's gonna be just fine, I swear. Let me just pull up control panel real quick, and we're gonna go to sounds. All right, what's going on here? Recording. Yeti, where are you? Hello. Okay, so it's picking up the Yeti, but it's not a device available in OBS. I don't know. I have no idea. Not a freaking clue. So there's no audio device. Okay, what? Okay, so that's the microphone Realtek. Okay, so that's my webcam. Oh, hold up. It finally popped up. Does that sound better? Can you finally hear me in a not horrible, tinny way? We back? We're so back. Oh my gosh. Whoa. That is the difference between a webcam microphone and an actual microphone. So there you go. If you're ever wondering, that's the difference right there. Good times. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad you're here for that fun attempt to start being a streamer. Turn this off real quick. Oh, you gotta love it. It's so great, so absolutely fantastic. Let me just turn this down just a little bit because I am peaking just a little bit. All right, well, yes, welcome everyone. Glad you're here. Some random, you're so kind to let Seelek have that first, and Seelek, congratulations on being first. Loki, good evening. Glad you're here. Let's see here. Cameron says, oh, damn it, almost.
So close. You're so close. It was some Dev was even handing it out, and you were still so close. Next time, though. I believe in you next time. My benevolence knows no bounds. It really does. It really does not. Yeah, it does. It does not know no bounds. There's the triple negative for you. That way we're all confused. Loki is here with a 35 stream streak. Loki, holy smokes. Thank you so much for being here for 35 streams in a row. That is absolutely wild. Thank you so much for streaking here. Remember, everybody, if you're going to streak anywhere, make sure to streak here in the stream. It looks like we've just started ads, so hopefully it's not going to be too bad. Hopefully it's not too long of ads. And also, Loki, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. I appreciate that. 9 months is absolutely wild. Thank you. Thank you for that. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's when I punch someone into being nice. Bro is a mime. Wrong mic? Yeah, good times. Let's see. Cameron says, good evening, my friends. Apart from the usual, it's my birthday month, the 18th, which is regrettably a day off for Moon. Also, you're loud and tinny. Yes, let's see. So the 18th, when is the 18th? The 18th is Wednesday. Okay, so not this coming Wednesday or the next Wednesday, but the next. That is very unfortunate because, yeah, it is an off day. But we're going to have to make sure to sing or something probably the day before so that we're not singing a late birthday but an early birthday. I feel like early birthday is always better than late birthday. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to remember that. So, yeah, should be a great time. Let's see here. What else we got? Selig with a sentence. Let's see. Wrong mic. The usual art. Absolutely. It is my birthday month too. What? We got 2 birthdays this month. Some Randev. I feel like you have to tell us when your birthday is so we can also sing to you. Whether you tell us the real day or not, let me know so we can sing to you or something so we can do something fun. Loki says, I subbed for this. I demand a refund. I'm sorry, Loki. I'm sorry, but it's back. We're all back. Everything's fine. Everything's going to be all right. I swear. And nothing ever bad is going to happen again. Never. It's going to be perfect every single time going forward. It's part of the package. Spiked pauldron, spiked pauldron, spiked pauldron. Exactly. That is the curse right there. We got 3 spiked pauldrons, and that is why we were cursed with no sound for the first 5 minutes of the stream. I guess we're only almost 8 minutes in. Maybe it was, yeah, I was actually probably about the first 5 minutes. Let's see here. I'm almost at 15 weeks of running around. 15 weeks of running around. Trying to figure out what you mean, but I have no idea what's going on. Where's the redeem to fix the mic? Chant it more. We're back. I would already be crashing out if it were me. Yeah, I was a little bit worried, but I was like, usually it's just as simple as going in and changing the device input. And then it wasn't there. And that's when I kind of started freaking out. So I'm glad that it finally got fixed. Twinsies, are you a fish zodiac? Ooh. Quasi says, math, science, history, music, English. Yes, all 3 of my signs, sun, moon, rising, are the water signs in reverse. Oh, I noticed that too. I am the most watery person the world has ever known. The 7th is my resub day. Oh, it's coming up. It's coming up soon. According to Google, I am the most power psychic. I can see it. We know it's before the 20th. Nope, Lamau. You'll never know. You don't have to give a real day. When would you like us to sing to you, though? Because if not, I'm just going to have to say happy birthday every single day this month. So until you say it, happy birthday, Samrandev. I hope you have an absolutely fantastic birthday. We all know it's before the 20th.
Thanks for the follow. SS_mariachi_build_log.
It says mariachi build log. Thank you so much for that for the follow. Sorry, I started reading resub. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Let's see. It's available somewhere on the internet. You'll just have to investigate. I might have to do some digging. Somewhere. 164.8 thousand channel points to bring back Moonwood. Moonwood, you mean? Oh, Moonwood. That is a lot. That is a lot of channel points. Maybe. That is tempting. If you say spiked pauldron 3 times, he'll come out and play. Yeah, don't say it too many times. Just twice. Two times is enough times. 3 times is too many. Not to be confused with 2 times, which is the right amount of times. Let's see here. Almost 45. Thursday will be 45 streak. That will be absolutely wild. That'll be absolutely wild. See, Mariachi Build Log says, hello, call me Moon. Well, hello, Moon. Welcome. Glad you're here. I'm about to head to bed in a sec. How goes the game deving? Well, the game The game deving is going so much better than the speaking. The speaking is rough, apparently very rough. The game deving is going absolutely fantastic. We're just jumping in here, just getting started. I just realized that the music was probably still just a little bit too loud. But yeah, the game deving is going fantastic. We're slowly but surely making progress. It is going absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, how's your weekend though, Mariachi build log? Hopefully, you had an absolutely fantastic weekend. English is hard, to be honest, and I am an author. No worries. It's it's a little difficult sometimes. Sometimes I start speaking faster than my brain can process, and then it gets to a point where my mouth is like, I don't know what else to say, and my brain is like, sorry, we're still processing. Fill it. And that is what happened to Game of Thrones. And we all know what happened there. So, anyway, well, welcome. I'm glad you're all here. Let us come in here, and we are going to pull up some stuff. Oh my gosh. We can't look at that stuff. That is private messages between Fairly and I. You cannot all see that stuff. It's nothing bad, but I don't want to be the one that exposes the messages. Oh my gosh. I started scrolling up in general, and I saw that, and I was like, what? What did I miss? And then I remembered that's what Axel posted. So yeah, good times there. Fantastic times. I feel like now that I've seen it again, I need to laugh at it. Game dev is hard. Game dev is hard. It is very hard. Very difficult, indeed. I would agree. 100%. Actually, I will do the 100. 100. Absolutely 100%. Let's see, Mariachi says, boring. Wait. Moon says, boring. I need to work, but I'm a tad stuck and busy with life. Understandable. Totally understandable. Yeah, hopefully, life will not keep you too busy for too much longer. I hope. Fingers crossed. And, I mean, sometimes the boring weekends are better than non-boring weekends. I almost feel like the boring weekend, as much as it sucks to have a boring weekend, I sometimes prefer having a boring weekend over like just a jam-packed, loaded weekend. So, you know. Let's see here. You cannot pass this barrier? What barrier? What barrier are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Leak our DMs next. No! Actually, here's what I'm going to do. Well, no, I have an unread message. Okay, I'm gonna respond to your message tomorrow. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna respond to it. All right, everybody ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. What? I'm trying to click off.
There we go. There is the leaked DMs. Oh, look at that. Axel, you were just in time. There is the leaked DMs for everyone to see. They're all there. They're all out there in the open. Every single message, or at least the last 5 messages, maybe.
To be fair, though, some Rendev, I have it on good authority right here. So you can't sue me. I finished getting wait. I finished getting the random deck generation for the wrestling card game from 35 possible cards. It draws 12 cards at random. That is absolutely fantastic. I love that. Loki. It's good to hear that you're making progress. Yeah, beautiful stuff. And let's see. Moonwood says, that was me. Oh, hey, look at that. Look, it's you. It's Moon. It's real Moon, the derpy wolf. Absolutely, I would agree, 100%. Someone hacked my account. I don't believe it. Anything you say is you, 100%, absolutely. I need to finish my plugins, make some HTML websites, finish my level work, upgrade my character sprites, and all that jazz. Holy smokes, that is a lot. That is a lot you got going on. I hope you'll have time to do all of that sometime soon. Let's see here. Dev in general is hard. Agreed. Samag do noom.
Benedict says, I again am here only for streaking purposes and will stream Resident Evil Requiem for the foreseeable future.
That's fair.
It's such a genuinely good game.
I need to jump into one of your streams again. I only caught that one, and it was popping. It was fun, and yeah, I need to jump in again. So yeah, totally fair. And yeah, my mortal enemy, my reverse enemy says, hi stream. Hello, welcome, glad you're here. I have a question regarding Skyrim. The answer is yes. Anything regarding Skyrim is just yes. Across the board, 100% yes. So yeah, I've been working on this off and on for 3-ish years. That is a good amount of time. I know that, obviously it's not going to be like all day, every day kind of working on it for 3 years, but to stick with something for 3 years is very impressive. Very impressive indeed. 1, need a new channel in the Cord. 2, tell everyone why you need a new channel in the Cord. We don't need a new channel in the Cord. Why do we need a new channel in the Cord? Oh, we need a new channel in the Cord, everybody, because... Oh, Loki, I completely forgot about our conversation. We are going to be creating a new channel in the Cord because Loki has chatted with me and has so very graciously offered, because Loki is sitting on a whole bunch of unused, I believe it was, is it just Steam keys? I believe it was just Steam keys. But Loki is sitting on a plethora of unused Steam keys that he's not quite sure what to do with. So Loki has approached me, and we have chatted and agreed that Loki would like to give to the community. So basically what we're going to be doing, Steam mostly, a few outside of Steam. Okay, fair. Well then, yeah, so we're going to be creating a new channel. It is going to be a giveaway channel, and I believe it's weekly. Loki is wanting to post a key, and it'll just basically be the first person to get that key gets a free game. So yeah, so I cannot speak to how many keys there are going to be or the exact schedule as of right now. It may just be like a very randomized thing, so like no one can be like anticipating it. It's just whoever gets it first gets it first. But yeah, so I'm going to be creating a new channel in the Discord. So if you are not a part of the Discord, would love to see you over there. But if you are a part of the Discord, there will be a new channel. It'll probably just be called like giveaways or something. It'll be new and it'll be there. And yeah, and then Loki is going to be generous enough to be posting some Steam keys in there. I believe it's going to be a weekly thing, and it's probably going to be 1 key per week, so we can kind of keep it going for a while. And yeah, so if you ever see it, give it a shot. We'll probably what we'll do is I'll probably ask if whoever gets the key first either responds to the message or adds a specific reaction or something, so that people know they don't have to like copy and paste it and like hope to be getting it when it's already been redeemed. So but anyway, yeah, so absolutely fantastic stuff. I will be probably setting that up tomorrow, and then I'll chat with you, Loki, and just kind of see if we want to like set up a schedule or how we want to do it. And yes, there will be some free Steam keys coming down the pike in the Discord. So anyway, should be a good time. Should be an absolutely fantastic time. My question is, I lost my dragon soul and need a new one. Where's the best place to get that? I did not even know that was possible. Have you checked the Lost and Found? I feel like most people would return that to the Lost and Found. That'd probably be the first place that I would suggest. And then after that, who knows? Who knows? It's evidently a bug that I never got. Okay, wow. That is quite the bug. That is quite the bug. Here's the weird thing, though. Surprisingly, crazy enough, when I first played through Skyrim, I did not encounter a single bug. Not one. Not a single bug in my entire playthrough. In fact, I accidentally beat Skyrim. But that's a story for a different day. Never ran into a single bug. Not once. Beat the whole game. This is probably like 20, 25 hours of gameplay. And then the very next time that I started a new character, nothing but bugs. So that's, fun times. But anyway, let's see. Steam mostly. I am so sleepy. I should go to bed. It's 11:15 here. You definitely should. That is very late. Yeah. Go get some rest. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you on a future stream soon. I hope. Fingers crossed. I joined at a good time. Local time zone are you in? That's true. You did join at a very good time. That's evidently a bug. Let's see. What time zone are you in? Common wisdom is to either grind for another dragon, or console, which will prove impossible given I'm playing on Luna. Yeah, that would make it just a little bit more difficult. So yeah, I think you may just have to grind for another dragon. So my thought would be everyone who enters and then wait. So my thought would be everyone who enter, and then once a week we spin a wheel in chat, and whoever wins will get a link to a Google Doc with a list of games that you can pick. It's like 600 titles. Oh my gosh. That is a lot of titles. That is a crazy amount of titles. Yeah, absolutely. I like that. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. So yes, maybe we'll do that. Once a week we'll have like an enter. Maybe we'll do it on Sundays, because I feel like Sundays is usually like the most amount of people are watching and participating. So yeah, so maybe starting next Sunday we will do a Steam key giveaway, and yeah, and then we'll just whoever wants to join, we'll just have you like we'll do like a 5-minute window of if you want to join, put in your name, and then we'll put it on a wheel, and then we'll spin the wheel, and then yeah, whoever gets it will get access to pick one of yeah, it sounds like 600 plus games, and then we will Loki will send you the key, and yeah, or I'll get the key from Loki, and then I'll send it to you. However you want to handle it, Loki. I'm good either way. You know, whichever way we want to go with it. Either way, I'm playing much more FC right now. Far Cry? That's the only thing I can think of that would be FC right now. I don't think it's getting put on the DNF list, though. Do not fund. The do not fund list. Maybe. Won a crazy match against an OP squad battles squad and won on PKs, a rare occasion. So you won a crazy match against an original poster, squad battle squad, and won a pretty cool, a rare occasion. I like that. I like that. Do it in the first half for us poor East viewers. I can do that. I can absolutely do that. FC, aka FIFA. Oh, gotcha. FIFA. Okay, that makes way more sense. Let's see. Over on YouTube, we've got Safe6301 says, hello, Lunar Mahogany Entertainment. Good luck on your project. Well, hello, welcome. Glad you're here. And thank you. I do appreciate that. Yes, it's coming along slowly but surely. It's a good time. So, but I do appreciate that. I'm always down for a little bit of extra luck. But yeah, we'll probably do the giveaway probably within like the first hour, maybe even like the first half hour or so. Yeah, we'd probably do, maybe I'd do something like maybe like around 9 p.m. my time. So that would be, that would be like in the next 10 minutes from right now. So in the next 10 minutes from right now, next week, then we would, we'd do the giveaway. Anyway, yeah, cool, good times. We can do a core channel, let people post they want in, have a week to join, then on Sunday we draw. I like that. I like that. That is a good way to go. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so I'll just, yeah, I like that. That'd be a good way to go. Look at you being all smart about it, Loki. I was just over here just like spitballing and being like, maybe we'll do it this way. 50 over, pretty powerful compared to my squad. Put the AI choke on PK3. I don't get it, Cameron. I do not understand what you're talking about. So you don't have to be here and miss out. True. Yes, absolutely. Okay, let's take a look at some of the stuff in the cord, and then we're going to jump in and start looking at other stuff. So we got here from Cameron. How does my boy look? Oh, look at that boy. Look at that boy. Looking good. Looking absolutely fantastic. I'm liking it. Working on a silver form Litten. Yeah, very nice. Beautiful stuff. Which outfit is your fave? Oh my gosh, there's a lot. I did not realize how much there's gonna be. Which outfit is your fave? I'm gonna say this one here on the left. I don't know what it is. I think it's a combination of having like the sash belt thing, and then this like this shrug up here. Just the combination of those two over everything else. I really like. I really like it all, how it just like brings it all together. I really like this outfit a lot. There's my vote. I'm gonna vote 1. There we go. 1. That's my vote. Is this one also involved in the voting? Or is this something completely different? Because if it's something completely different, then it looks absolutely fantastic. Love the skirt. Love all the detail on the top here. Yeah, beautiful stuff. I love it. Gotta get the purple heart. I gotta swap this blue heart out if I'm gonna stick with the purple theme. Steel type Litten. Ooh. Nice. Hey, it looks great. I love it. I feel like I've gotta stay more up to date so that I'm not having to like bulk review your stuff, so that I can give a little bit more for you. But yeah, fantastic. Beautiful. Also, goofy shiny doggies. Hey, look at those goofy shiny doggies. I like it. All right, everybody, let's see here. Fluffy Panda says, hi, Moon. Welcome, Fluffy Panda. Welcome. Glad you're here. How was your weekend? How's it been? The first one is drawing this in Affinity. Okay. I did recognize the design of the program. So, yeah. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Beautiful. All right, everybody. So before we jump into the game dev stuff, because we are going to be doing some game dev stuff tonight, I did realize today is March 1st, which means if anyone remembers from a couple streams ago, the Bad Ideas Productions Game Jam, whatever you'd call it, has officially started as of today. I believe the theme was revealed yesterday, technically at about 10 p.m. So almost 24 hours ago. So anyway, so I'm going to take a look at the theme, and we're gonna see if there are any ideas that come to mind for this game jam. If there are, I might dedicate a couple streams over the course of this month to maybe doing some kind of something for this game jam, just because I really like the idea of, I don't know, I like game jams. This one seems like it's going to be a really big one, a lot of fun, a lot of competition going on. I mean, look at that. We've already got 4,500 people that have joined the game jam, so it's going to be a massive game jam. So yeah, so I am very excited to take a look. So let's see what we got here. Okay, the theme. What do we got? Wait, what is it? Outside the box. I like that. I like that little animation. Okay. So the theme is outside the box. Huh. Outside the box, huh? Okay, let's see. Usually there's like a little bit more about it, right? Like with a short form video. Okay, so the theme was announced on March 1st. Okay, and it's outside the box. Please use the theme however you desire. Okay. I like it when that is kind of the criteria, right? Use the theme however you desire, because that, like, you could either be very much on the nose, right? Like you could have the theme of the game be like specifically related to boxes, or you get just like crazy wild out there and, well, you could think outside the box, right? Okay, outside the box. Interesting. I might have to think about that for a little bit. I'm trying to outside the box. So here's how I do game jams. I mean, I've only participated in like 5 of them, and I've only ever finished 2. Usually if I don't have an idea that just like pops into my head, not quite immediately, but pretty quickly, then like I don't usually want to like spend too much time thinking about it. This one is slightly different because it is a month-long game jam, and so I'm probably gonna give it like a little bit more grace, probably like a week or so. And if I can't think of anything like solid and concrete in like a week, then I might probably just pass up on it. Yeah, outside the box. Outside the box. I'm gonna have to think about this one and see if anything comes to mind. Let's see here. What I meant was the reply to image was the same as the one in the first page. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes way more sense. I like that. Okay. Fluffy Panda says, my week was fun. Yesterday I ate chocolate, then chocolate cake, and then chocolate ice cream. Had stomach pain all day. Worth it. Yeah, that is a lot of chocolate. But I would say that is definitely worth it. Lots of chocolate. I would almost say pretty universally, even if the end result is stomach pain, probably worth it. Probably worth it. But yeah, that sounds like an absolute blast of a time. Minus the stomach pain. That is a lot of chocolate and sounds absolutely delicious. I hope that you're feeling slightly better now, at least. Cameron says a de-packaging game. See, I was actually kind of thinking that same thing. That was like the first place that my brain went to. And then like for some reason, my thought process then just was like, no, don't do that. Because I feel like that's going to be what a lot of people do. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. So a de-packing game. Let's see here. Joshua Gabriel Frojas 383. I hope that I pronounced your name correctly. Says, Hola, ¿cómo está? That's about all that I know of Spanish. So don't expect much more from me. But welcome. I'm glad you're here. Glad that you are here. Let's see. You strategically throw stuff into piles. Oh, yes. Let's see. Fairly says, hello. Welcome, Fairly. Welcome. Glad you're here. I may have accidentally leaked our DMs for like 2 seconds because I pulled up Discord and I hadn't switched off our messages. But don't worry, there wasn't a whole lot going on. There was actually a big window over the thing asking me if I wanted to switch my audio input. So everything's fine. But just, just in case anyone clips it and goes back and freeze frames it for some reason. But no, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't even worry about it. So like unpacking. Is this? Yes, unpacking. Yes, so this is actually like one of the, okay, no, that's a lie. This is not one of the first games that I thought of. One of the first games that I thought of when I was thinking like an unpacking game was, PewDiePie, what was it called? Streaming simulator? YouTube simulator? YouTube simulator. What's it called? What was that app called? Oh my gosh, what was it called? The PewDiePie Tuber Simulator. Is that what it's called? Tuber Simulator? Yes, there we go. The Tuber Simulator. Yeah, so basically this was what came to mind first for me, was the like PewDiePie Tuber Simulator. Yeah, so probably not exactly like this, but essentially kind of like this, right? Where it's if you ever played the Tuber Simulator, basically you're a YouTuber and you're idly making YouTube videos, but it has a whole like decorating thing, and you like order items that you like decorate your room with, and like when you get it, you like put them places. That was actually kind of the first thing that came to mind. It was like you'd be like basically like ordering things and then unboxing them and putting them around your room. The only problem here is this would require a lot of custom art. A lot of custom art. And I don't know if I would have time to make stuff, to like make it actually intriguing, right? Because there would just have to be so much stuff that you would order to be able to decorate your room in a fun way. I don't know. Maybe. Same thing with unpacking, right? Like absolutely fantastic. Love the idea, love the concept. But again, it requires a lot of art, a lot of custom art. And I just don't know if I would have the time to make it all and make it look good. Again, love the idea of like doing something like this, where it's like you're basically unpacking just a whole bunch of stuff from a box. It would be kind of fun. I also don't know how well this would work in RPG Maker, right? Like, I know that it'd be possible. I know that you could technically do it. But it's a lot. That would be a lot. So anyway, so maybe something like that. Maybe. Oh man, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. And you get money for if your piles make sense. So for example, so that would be more chaos. Okay, yeah. So I mean, yeah, something like that could be fun. The other thought I was having was like a potion sorting game or something like that, where basically it would be a little bit more basic. And here's where like I'm kind of going back and forth. Is I'm like, I want it to be nothing too crazy, because I obviously want to be able to finish it in the amount of time that we will have. But I don't want it to be so simple that it would not necessarily be a waste of time, but kind of a waste of time, right? Like I want to make something that would actually potentially be, because if I remember right, okay, so here's the prizes. So first place, publishing consideration at $100. So a publishing consideration would be absolutely wild. Like, obviously, first place, probably not going to happen, right? Like, probably not going to happen. Considering the fact that there are 4,500 people that have joined, my guess is there's probably going to be, if I had to guess, ballpark, roughly half of those people are probably going to actually finish their game. The other half of those are probably going to be actually good games. So there's probably going to be at least 2,000 submissions. And then my guess is there's probably going to be about 1,000 that are actually really good. Here's the thing, not to dog on anybody, because here's like everybody's got to start somewhere. But there's also a lot of people that will join jams and just kind of just like throw out whatever. Like there are some people, okay, actually this one is the bad thing. There are people who just have a very basic game that they made, and they just join every single game jam, and they just throw their game onto the game jam, regardless of theme, regardless of if it was finished before the jam even started, and they just go, here you go. So yeah, so basically, So when it comes to game jams, you kind of have to cut things in half a few times before you start dealing with like actual numbers. So 4,500, cut that in about half. And so then we're looking at about, roughly like 2,200, potential submissions. Cut that in half again for like people who are either not following the rules, submitting things that they've submitted to other game jams, not following the theme at all. And then cut that in half again. And that's probably roughly like where it's like the cream of the crop will be. So there are potentially going to be 500 plus games that are going to be like cream of the crop, pretty good games. And so I'm like, okay, so I don't want to make something super simple, right? Because if I make something that's just whatever, it's not going to do well. So anyway, so all of that to say, first place, probably not going to happen. Like even close. Because here's the thing, first place, honestly, second, third, and probably even fourth and fifth place, probably even 10th place, these are going to be reserved for the people who have probably roughly 40 hours a week to spend on this thing for this whole month. And they're going to make something absolutely wild. They're going to be working on a team. So someone's going to be taking care of art. Someone's going to be doing programming. Someone's going to be doing music. It's going to be absolutely wild. So that's basically where these top 10 places are going to be going, are the team-based, people that have a lot of time, kind of things are going in there. But the top 50. Now, I'm not saying we could maybe get top 50 if we were to participate in the jam, but if we were to get top 50, we could have inclusion in the game collection, which, if I remember right, I believe this guy has over 2 million subscribers, right? So I'm just saying, there's a possibility if you're one of the top 50 and you're included in the games collection, could maybe be a good thing for the channel, for like Moonwood games as a whole, for Tomb of Vercilias. So anyway, so top 50 I feel like is maybe the slightest possibility. Top 10, not gonna happen. Top 50, I could maybe see it happening. If one, if it's a good enough idea. Two, if it's executed well enough. And yeah, so it could be a potential help toward the channel, toward Tomb of Vercilias, toward all of that stuff. So all of that to say, I want to do something that's not super simple, but also it needs to like not be so complicated that I can't finish it in the month without having to spend crazy amounts of time working on it. So, yeah. We'll see. Let's see here. So like I'm backing, you make more money for the piles. So for example, let's see. Fluffy Panda says, Moon, what game jam are you participating? Can we also join? Yes, absolutely. Everybody here, if you would like to join. So this is the Bad Ideas Game Jam 2026. If you would like to join, there are currently 4,500 people who have joined. And it sounds like the only restrictions are, well, so the theme is outside the box. So if you see this theme and you're instantly just having these ideas for what you want to make for this game jam, get in here, join it. I'm going to post a link in the chat, so if you would like to join it, there's the link to the game jam if you would like to join. Even if all you want to do, because here's the great thing about game jams, is it is a great way to just get a whole bunch of free games you can play, and they always get so well curated that honestly, if all you want to do is join the game jam, don't submit anything, and then at the end of the game jam, what you can do is you can then go into the submitted games, sort from like highest rated to lowest rated, and there you go. You've got yourself 50, 100, 200, 300, 500 games that people, like indie games that people have made that other people have already gone through and been like, hey, these are the good ones. So anyway, so there you go. So if you would like to join, there's the link to it. Would absolutely love to see some of you in here. If not, totally fair, totally fine. No worries at all. But yeah, so if you'd like, there you go. Fairly says, leaked. No, it's fine. The world can know our secrets. I don't think anyone's going to know the secrets. I hope. Fingers crossed. We've got some pretty secrets in there that we don't want people to know. A game where you open blind boxes. That'd be kind of fun. Tuber Simulator, which a tuber is a potato. Not only do these games require custom art, but you need to actually know interior design to an extent. True. Yeah, so I almost feel like an unboxing game is probably not going to be what we're actually going to do. Because here was kind of the other thought that I was kind of thinking, right? The other thing I was thinking, let's just throw, I don't know, something like that. Resolution 72. There you go. So here was another thing I was kind of thinking, let's actually reduce it. Let's do 50%. So the other thought I was kind of having was basically you would have a let's just do, I don't know, something a little bit softer on the eyes. I don't know if this is gonna be softer on the eyes. It's probably gonna be absolutely horrible. Basically, the other thought I was kind of thinking was you would basically have let's just kind of throw stuff like this. The general idea is you would have a shelf, and then you would basically just be taking this shelf, and let's do like a 10, sure. Yeah, so basically you would have the shelf, and you would have these potions on the shelf, and then you would have empty spaces in these potions. So each one of them, you know, they'd have these spaces here. I'm just throwing up random whatever here. And then basically the idea is, the kind of thought I was having was, you'd have these potions, and then you would then on these other shelves, you would basically be taking these potions and you would be sorting them. Oh, but then where would the outside the box kind of come in? Like, obviously we could have a box that you would click on and it would like throw bottles up onto a shelf, and then you would then organize them then. We could do that. And you basically have like a sorting game, essentially. Maybe something like that. Yes, you'd have a box down here. Let's go with like a 3. Yes, you'd basically like have a box down here that you would have opened up, and you would be grabbing stuff from the box. And so, yeah, so every time you click on the box, another potion would basically come out of the box, jump onto the shelf, and then you would then put it in. And then once you got like a certain amount, like once you got like 3 of like the matching potions on a shelf, or like in a spot on the shelf, they would then, I don't know, combine, like upgrade. So like, you know, once you got 3 of these potions all next to each other, you know, they're all there, yada, 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 good times. They would then all merge into a single potion, and it would become a larger potion of sorts. I don't know, something like that. And then it would upgrade to a larger potion, and you're like, whoa, bigger potion. And you do that until something, I don't know, maybe. We could also, something else we could do with this to kind of like add a little bit more to it is you would have your box down here, and then up here, instead of having it all be a shelf, this would essentially be a countertop. And you would have different people come by, and they would order potions. And so then basically you would, you know, as you're unboxing these potions, you would... Yeah, so basically you would be unboxing these potions. Whoa. You'd be unboxing these potions, and maybe someone would order just like a simple small potion, like something like this. And so you would basically just take this potion, give it to them, and whoops. You take this potion, give it to them, and they'd have their potion, and they'd leave. But then other people would come by, and they would order larger potions. And so at that point, you would need to be clicking on the box as quickly as possible to unbox potions, and then merging, like mixing the potions together to then merge into larger potions, which you would then be able to give to them. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. I remember I installed a Tuber Sim game, but didn't play it. I don't play games on phone that often. Surprisingly, so I am not a huge phone like game player either. It's probably just because, you know, I'm mid-30s, and so I didn't really grow up like playing games on my phone, and so like I have a few games on my phone that I'll play, mostly like solitaire and stuff like that. I've got like a couple idle games like I have just to like jump in for like 20 seconds, do the things, and then close it. But Tuber Simulator was actually one. So I have 2 mobile games that I ever have played in my life that I have spent more than like $10 on. Tuber Simulator was one of those. I think in the end, I probably spent like $40-ish on Tuber Simulator. So that was like my number 2 game that I've ever spent money on. The number 1 game that I ever spent money on, though, was a game called Fantazica. It was a tower defense hero game, it was so much fun. I have never been able to find a game like it since. So this was back in like 2014, 2015, somewhere around there. So like not necessarily early days of like mobile games, but it wasn't quite to the point where it is now, right? So it definitely was a gacha game. So it was a hero game, and you would have to purchase new heroes. But the great thing was, like, you could purchase these heroes with all earned in-game currency. And because it was a game from 12 years ago, it did not have the horrendous marketing and crazy in-game currencies that you had today. So basically it was, if you wanted to buy a pack of heroes, you would be like, hey, all right, I want this pack that has all these specific heroes in it, and I will pay $5, and I get those heroes. You're not paying for a chance to get those heroes. And that is why I feel like I've not been able to find a game like it anymore, because any gacha game like that is, well, it wasn't even a gacha game, because you knew what you were buying. You were like, I am paying $5 and I am getting these heroes, and it was absolutely fantastic. That one I probably spent like $70 on. Not exactly proud of it, but it is a story. Anyway, so a mix of unpacking and furnish master, something like that. Some Dev says, I think it's usually like 10% actually submit. Oh, wow, that is even lower than I thought. But I guess I can see that. It is very easy to click that join button. It is very difficult to click that submit button. It's a good point. The problem with paid jams is there's people who are jam warriors who are so efficient at making stuff quickly that they just destroy everyone else. That is a great point, which is why I don't usually participate in like month-long jams, because I feel like the month-long jams give too much advantage to people who are, one, in a team, but then two, the people who are able to do this kind of stuff full-time, right? Because if you are able to do it only for like 3 or 4 hours a day, or not even a day, but like 3 to 4 hours every so often, you know, obviously like you can make some good progress, but then you compare that to other people who have 8 hours a day every single day that they can be doing this, and it does kind of like it makes them just so leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else that I'm like, eh. So I usually am more of like a 3-day, like a weekend or a 3-day or a week-long jam, and that's kind of like my sweet spot, because I know that if I wanted to, I could dedicate a little bit more time during that specific time period versus a month long. I can't really go to my wife and be like, hey honey, I cannot spend time with you or our daughter for the next month as I work on this game jam. So oh well. I cannot wait to jam warrior another game jam. It's you. You're the one, some random. Sorry, that was a weird suck in. Anyway, okay, so let's see here. The goat. That's the second time today someone has called me a farm animal. What was the first one? I really want to know what the first one was. Other animals don't seem nice to be called. I could see maybe some being a compliment. If someone called you a horse, you know, aside from like the long face, could be a compliment. Could be. I only join if Moon joins. Well, I'm joined. I am joined. So if you want to join, I'm 100% down to have you in there. Not that I can really dictate what you do with your time, but I would absolutely love to see you there. And Fluffy Panda, if you would like to join as well. Schrodinger's game. Is there a game to play or not? Oh my gosh. Just have it literally be. Can I submit 2 games? I want to submit 2 games. I want to submit Schrodinger's game, where it is literally just a box and nothing happens except for that there's a timer down at the bottom of the screen. And when you click on the box, it just randomly selects if there is or isn't a game in the box. And if there was, it just says, yes, there was a game in the box, or no, there was not a game in the box. And then it just tells you, and you waited 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 13 seconds to find out. Congratulations. You have won Schrodinger's box. I'm not gonna lie, if I could submit 2 games, I would 100% submit this game. That sounds like that. Sounds a bit like a little to the left. Hold up, what do we got here? A little to the left. What do we got? A little to the left. Oh! Oh, okay. Okay, all right, so you're... Oh, okay. I get it now. So it's like one of those, like, cozy games where you are sorting things getting them all together. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, this actually looks very satisfying. If I'm being completely honest, this looks very satisfying to play. Yeah, almost kind of like something like that. A little bit. I'm gonna have to look into that game. Let's see here. What do we got? Oh, there we go. Yes. What's in the box? We'll never know. Or maybe you will. If you click on it, you will know. Potion Seller. Don't tell me there's a game called Potion Seller. Potion Seller. Exclamation mark. Oh, Potion Seller. Music. Okay, Potion Seller game. Potion Seller on Steam. Oh no. I'm telling you, there's nothing original anymore. There's nothing original. Yeah, kind of like this. Kind of like Potion Seller. Exactly. Although, this is 100% just all AI generated, isn't it? Yeah, this is 100% just AI generated. 3 user reviews. Should we remake Potion Seller but make it good? Not saying this is bad. Whoever you are, GCWD LLC, whoever you are, I'm not saying this is bad, but I am saying this is 100% AI generated. Like everything here. Huh. So anyway, yeah, kind of like this. Loki, how do you know about the most random, off the wall, underground, nobody has heard of it games, and you're just like, oh yeah, it's like that game. Yeah, exactly like that game. Oh my gosh. Exactly. All right, well, so maybe we could do something like that. Where yeah, you click on the box, ingredients pop out, empty bottles pop out, and then as they're asking for the thing, you gotta be putting them together and mixing them, and yeah, maybe. Anyway, I play console games, streaming on my phone mostly. I only spend money on Sky. That's fair. That literally happened to me. Dedicated my life to a month-long jam, and my partner at the time was like, it was the saddest month ever for me. Yeah. Dark times. Anyway, no time for love when there are games to make. We need to get that on a shirt. No time for love when there are games to make. Print it, get it on there. It's quite fun. I was thinking for the video, I didn't know there was a game. Well, there we go. Steam Q do that to you sometimes. It's true. It really do. Loki is your secret bay a bet. That may explain a lot. It's possible. Bryant over on YouTube, welcome, says, hey, Moonwood, hope you're well. Bryant, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Now that I'm seeing your name, your absolutely fantastic, beautiful name and absolutely beautiful face, I am now realizing I still have a Discord message from you from like 4 months ago now that I have still yet to respond to. Bryant, I am making you a promise right now, and everybody here as my witness, all 17 of you over here on Twitch, Bryant, with everybody as my witness, I am going to respond to your message tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to finally respond, and I feel like it's probably going to be absolutely, has nothing to do with anything anymore now, probably. But at least you're going to get a response. I swear it's going to happen. I await the with bated breath. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's my bad. That is my bad. I have been so bad at responding to DMs. Here let me be completely honest though. Okay, I don't have as many as I have been waiting on in the past. I do have 4 unread messages though that I still need to respond. 3, and whatever this is, whatever that one is. So probably 4 unread video messages that I do need to respond to. Let's see here. Some Dev says, Moon! Tomorrow, it's so over, chat. You can store your passwords in Moon's DMs, and it will be the most secure place on Earth. That is actually probably accurate. Yeah, you'll probably get a reminder to reset your password before I actually look at the password you have sent me. So yeah, if you ever want to store your password somewhere, just store them there. Yeah.
Hey, Moon Man, remember my item and how you said I could make a couple changes?
Absolutely.
I have a name for it now. Well, it's between two.
Okay.
Axel's Super Sharp Cheddar Wheel or Axel Sharpened Cheddar Wheel.
Ooh, okay, all right. Axel's Super Sharp Cheddar Wheel or Axel's Sharpened Cheddar Wheel. I kind of like the second one a little bit more. Axel's Sharpened Cheddar Wheel. Kind of like that. I kind of like that. Yeah, 100%. We can make that change. Let me come in here, and we're just going to add a card right here. Change Axel's perk card to. There we go. Yes, we're definitely gonna make that change. And if you would also like to have the stats change as well, let me know. Let me know. I should probably send. I should probably send some weird Discord DMs too. I'm gonna do better. I am going to start doing better. I swear. I swear I am. Don't believe him. He has the he said the same to me, and I had to remind him that is a good point. You did have to remind me. It's gonna happen this time, I swear. I respond to 30 to 40 detailed messages per day. Test me. I'm gonna have to maybe send you some messages. What are the original stats? So the stats as of right now, I believe it is it increases your all of your attacks, so Pyro, Geo, Hydro, and Necro. It increases all those by 1, or I think it's like a percentage base now. I'm pretty sure it's percentage based. Let me actually double check on here. Oh wait, never mind. We're good there. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna have to actually copy over stuff. Okay, yeah, so Axel's Wheel of Cheese increases all elemental damage by 5%, and then you lose 15% of your max HP. So that is what it's currently doing as of right now. Let's see, I forget, but I believe it's plus damage minus HP. Yes, 100%. It will probably happen. Your name isn't Loki, so yeah. True. If you rename yourself to Loki, then I definitely will not respond. Do it, BBG. Big, beautiful gamer? Is that what BBG stands for? I think so. I think it does. Anyway, so Game Jam, I will be thinking about different things that we could do here for the Game Jam. I think it'll be a lot of fun to join, but again, like, unless I actually have something very specific in mind that comes to me pretty quickly, then I usually am just kind of like, all right, yeah, we'll just move on for there. So we'll see. Yes, sir, a good one. A very good one. Keep the damage buff, obviously, but seeing as you probably eat the entire wheel of cheese, maybe a dex hit. We could absolutely do dexterity instead. Yeah, absolutely. Let me come over to here, and we're gonna change the name, and also change health to dex debuff. There we go. Save. Okay, yeah, cool. So anyway, yeah, would absolutely love to be a part of this Game Jam. We'll see what comes to mind. I'm gonna have to be considering the whole outside the box idea. You would. Here's my problem: is when something is so open, I almost have a harder time thinking about what I'm actually going to do with the theme. So there was actually a part of me that was hoping it was going to be a little bit more restrictive, for better or worse, almost. So I don't know. Oh my goodness, what the?
Footlong Icicle gifted 10 subscriptions to the Moonwood Alliance.
Footlong Icicle, thank you so much for those gifted subs. I appreciate that. Holy smokes. 10 is absolutely wild. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
We reached our new subs goal of 10.
Look at that.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you for getting us over that subscriber goal. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And congratulations, everybody. And we've got a hype train.
All aboard. The hype train is heading for the moon.
Hype train is headed for the moon. Thank you so much for those gifted subs. Thank you for starting the hype train. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Benedict says he disappears, but always arrives when he's most needed.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure Footlong Icicle is just Batman. Pretty sure at this point, Footlong Icicle is just Batman. So thank you for that so much. Holy smokes. Yes, sir, a good one. Let's see. So congratulations to Victor Gaming Zombie. No playing, no game. Makori. Let's see. Flowgram Dev. We've got Cheesy Richard 123, Shrimpy TV, Mendoza 2001, Inadito Studios, Shan Jack, and oh my goodness.
Axel_Benedict gifted 1 subscriptions to the Moonwood Alliance.
And Axel, thank you so much for that gifted sub. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. You don't have to do that, but I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Looks like level 3 has been completed. Holy smokes. We're now moving on to the level 4 hype train. Thank you so much, everybody. I do appreciate that. And Cryptic Kralo, thank you. Thank you. Congratulations on the gifted subs. And let's see here. Let's see. And then it looks like who, and then CA2 Software got a gifted sub. Congratulations, everybody. Let's get some 07s in the chat for Footlong Icicle and for Axel. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate those gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you. The box is a lie. The box is always a lie. The box is always a lie. Or you meaning that for a theme? Have the box be not a box. Something that's not the box. That money won't cover the travel costs to the moon. Sorry. Dang it! I'll just have to invest it wisely, and then maybe it will. That's a good theme. It is a very good theme. I'm not gonna lie. Outside the Box is an absolutely fantastic theme, but for me, for some reason, when I have more options, I have a really hard time, like, actually figuring out what I'm gonna do. So, make it a puzzle game, a la There Is No Game. Could do that as well. Here's the thing. Here's the only downside to this that I'm seeing as of right now. There are 4,500 people that have joined. Let's see if that has gone up. So 45, 56, 45, 62. So just since starting the stream, there's been, what is that, 6 people that have joined? 6 more people? No, I completely forgot what the first number even was. I believe it was like 6 more people have joined this jam since pulling up this page, like as the stream started. And yeah, so who knows what the number could be by the end of the month. We are currently at over 4,500 people that have joined though. There's definitely going to be overlap. And so if I do stuff that is like too on the nose or too obvious or stuff like that, I do worry there's going to be more competition specific to that thing. And so I do worry that if I don't think, well, again, you know, no pun intended, if I don't think too much outside the box, there's going to be a lot of overlap. And then at that point, it's going to come down to who did it better kind of thing. So anyway, if it's outside the box, why not do the exact opposite? Make it a playroom cleanup simulator where you put toys in a box. Oh, but add humor elements. I kind of like that. Putting things in the box. So you're okay. All right. So you're taking things from outside the box and you got to put them in the box, like a packing simulator. So instead of unpacking, you're just packing.
Dominating.
That'd be kind of fun. That'd be a good time. Oh wait, you said but add horror elements, not humor elements. I mean, we could do both. We could make it a humorous horror game. That would be cool. Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be thinking here and just kind of think what we might do here. Yeah, and I'll make the music this time. I like that idea. I like it. Let's see. Oh my goodness, what, Bryant? Why did that thing pop up? Wait, did I turn off? Oh, that's right, I did because it was having problems. No! Oh, I hit it like weeks ago because the YouTube alerts was having problems and now it looks like it's fixed, but I forgot to turn it on. Bryant, I am so sorry. There should have been a thing that popped up on the screen, everybody, but Bryant is kind enough to have gifted $2. Thank you so much for that, Bryant. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bryant says, mix 2 genres that is in your coding comfort zone. 2 genres mixed would be actually kind of fun. That'd be a good way to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that. We'll also have to figure out what 2 genres would be a good mix. So we'll figure it out, though. But again, thank you so much for that $2. I do appreciate that. And yeah, we'll have to figure that out. But yeah, Axel, 100%. I would be very much so down with you making the music for it. Have one toy that runs around and creates chaos. Could be fun. So here's the only problem, though. We'll have to keep in mind, I would be making this an RPG Maker because I would not have time during a game jam to learn a new engine for specifically the game jam. So it would have to be an RPG Maker thing. So relying heavily on things that like would be, physics based and stuff like that, probably not going to happen. Probably not going to happen, but who knows? Why not mix Blackjack and H++? Now there's a theme that does not get mixed too often. The only thing there is we would have to make sure that it was slightly safe for work. Because here's the thing, there is a rule in here. Oh, and looks like the hype train did end. So thank you all so much for getting that hype train going and making it be absolutely fantastic. So if you were part of it, which I believe it's going to be Footlong Icicle and Axel, congratulations on getting that free emote. Yeah, click on that and make sure it's a good one. Oh wait, is that one yours? Let's see, what did I get? What did I get? Hype train. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. No comment. I got no comment. Good times. And looks like you've got me sweat. I like that. I like that. Profit. Good old Profit. Make a game in RPG Maker that is outside the box of normal RPG Maker. See, there we go. There we go. Wasn't that basically the theme of the RPG Maker Game Jam? Wait. What was their theme again? Best used theme. Beyond Expectations. That's what it was. Beyond Expectations. I mean, it would be pretty similar to what I did for the RPG Maker Game Jam, because for the RPG Maker Game Jam, with the theme of being beyond expectations, I wanted to use RPG Maker to go beyond its expectations, which is why I made Lemonade on Main Street, because it was a game that you wouldn't expect. Like the style of the game was not something you would expect from an RPG Maker game. So it would basically be doing the same thing, which I'm 100% down for. I'm 100% down for. Let's see. No comment is the best comment today, in my opinion. In my honest opinion, I would say so. I would say so. Let's see. Brian says, I got you, fam. Auto Battler plus Shopkeeper game. You meticulously manage your shop layout.
Says, when are we getting Will You Take the Pill remastered Idle Shop Simulator Edition JK.
Maybe one of these days. Maybe one of these days I will. Auto Battler plus Shopkeeper game. You meticulously manage your shop layout, use your funds and treasures to equip your Auto Battler, who then collects resources to run your shop. There's your game loop. Okay, all right. So you're working with items, which would be fun. Running a shop. I have always wanted to make a idle like shop, like an Auto Battler and like Shopkeeper game. Not necessarily that combination, but has anyone played? What is that game called? Shop Titans? Is that what it's called? Shop Titans? Yes. Has anyone ever played Shop Titans? So Shop Titans is a game basically exactly like that. So essentially, yes, so you run your shop, and you got people coming in, buying items, you're crafting your items, you get to decorate your shop, you can haggle people's prices and stuff like that. But then you can also recruit heroes. So you got like the whole town. You're like, you've got all sorts of stuff going on with all the different people. You've got your guilds, which I would not be able to do stuff like that. But then you also have your heroes that you are able to as you're crafting items, every now and then like you may craft something like really special, and you can then equip those to your heroes, and then you can send out different parties, different hero parties out, and they will like fight monsters and like collect items and all that fun stuff. So kind of sounds like that, which I've always wanted to make a game like this, if I'm being completely honest here. So that would be fun. I do wonder if I'd be able to make it in time though. Maybe. Logan says, I knew there was a game similar to what you're saying. Oh, what do we got here? Do no harm. Oh, hey, look at that. So it's so you're making potions, people come up. I'm assuming you're like examining them and then making the potion based off of their needs. Huh. Interesting. I like it. Yeah, Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to make anything quite like this in this amount of time, given like, you know, the art needs and all that fun stuff. But it's kind of fun. I do like that. But you know RPG Maker better than me. Oh, wait. Let's see. I would be available to help as a programmer / consultant. That would be absolutely fantastic. But you know RPG Maker better than me. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem is like, if I were to collaborate with people, I would be kind of dead in the water if I weren't using RPG Maker. So it would basically be like, hey, if you want to form a team, we have to use RPG Maker, kind of a thing. So, and I know there are people out there that do know RPG Maker super well. I don't know if forming a team after the game jam has started is a good way to go or not. Maybe, I don't know. But I do like the whole the auto battler idea. And so the shopkeeper game, idea of it all is kind of what makes it, be the whole like outside the box thing, because you're like you're managing your shop, so you're like you could be like unboxing things. So that would be kind of like along the theme idea, in fact, it taught me introductory programming. Oh, wait, I use RM2K back in the day. In fact, taught me introductory programming. Okay, yeah, absolutely. And I honestly, that's kind of how I got to where I am today. Still using RPG Maker, but it is how I got to where I am today, was by using RPG Maker, because I started with RPG Maker 2000 way back in the day, and yeah, definitely taught me some of the concepts and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so the whole idea is like unboxing things. The thing is, like, I don't know if I'd be able to get a loop of like the whole shopkeeping thing, people coming in, ordering things. I don't know. The key is to the key to a good game jam is solid game design. True. And yeah, and I would want to make sure there was like a good solid loop, right? Because like obviously I'm not going to be able to like make a whole on RPG in the amount of time that I would have. But I do like the whole idle battler thing. I'm trying to think of like how to take that concept of the whole like outside the box thing. Maybe. So draw / design before you even code or draw anything else. True. Yeah, if we do go down this route, if I have an idea that pops into my mind and I come to you all with it, we would definitely be doing all of the design first, and then as long as we feel like it was a good design, then we would probably actually jump into the programming aspect of it. Yeah, so I mean, I do like the idea of the potion one, because I feel like this one is simple enough that we could actually get the game done in time. I also know that it would be very simple to do, right? Like basically this concept right here, like in my mind of being like, oh, you've got your potions, you like pick up and drag and you like move to other shelves and stuff like that, and you're like, stacking the potions around and all that fun stuff. This whole idea, I could probably have this working, like obviously like with this rudimentary art, but like I could have something like this working like with a box you could click to like you unpack ingredients, like form onto a shelf, and then you are then taking those ingredients, putting them into a bottle, and then the bottle goes here. I could honestly probably have something like that working like a stream. And then it would come down to, the customers placing their orders, getting the art, sounds, music. It's like there it would take a little bit more, but I almost feel like this could be a more simple route to go down, right? Like we could probably have this done pretty quickly. So there is that. There is this idea. I'm thinking Racketeer, an item shop's tale with a twist. I'm gonna have to look that up because I have no idea what that is. A shop's tale. What do we got here? Images. What do we got here? Interesting looking. Interesting. Okay. So you're running a shop, and I'm assuming it looks like you're then like going out and doing stuff as well, or are you just running the shop? An item shop's tale. Interesting. Your style graphically. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because there's no way I'd be able to make anything quite like this in this amount of time. It has a combat mechanic you would do in an auto battler instead. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. I do like the idea of the auto battler. And I like the idea of like the cozy, like shop type thing. Huh. I'll have to figure it out. I'll have to give it a thought and just kind of think through what we might do. Because like obviously, you know, this is just like throwing this out there. Very, very basic, very rudimentary right here. I would also have to, like, if we went this route, right, where you're not necessarily like, you wouldn't be necessarily managing your shop, but you would have people coming in and ordering things from a shop. So you're kind of a shopkeeper, but then you're also like crafting the potions as it goes along. Maybe. And then we could probably also like try to think of some way to get some kind of like combat in something like this. I mean, we could also do potentially an actual like top-down.
Thanks for the follow, M2BT.
M2BT, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic weekend, I hope. Sorry that I cannot speak super well right now. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, so basically we could do something very simple, where basically you would have your shop, right? So we would kind of almost do, I'm kind of almost picturing like a top-down Zelda type thing, right? So you'd have like a top-down, you'd have your shop, and basically the way that it would work is, let's come down here, let's just grab some squares to keep it simple. Sure, something like that. Yeah, so basically you would have your shop, you know, you could have your shop table here. You could like customize and like set up different racks of stuff, you know, like different shelves, different racks that would have, you know, armor and stuff like that on it. And then basically, yeah, so you'd have like, you know, different armor. I don't know. That's a helmet and a shield and a sword if you couldn't tell. And yeah, and then you'd have like your door entrance that you would have people come in and out. We could have like little bits of decorating you could do. You know, you could put windows on the wall or hang paintings, because there's the difference. There's a painting, there's a window. Don't you forget it. And yeah, then you just have your character, and like people would be walking around looking at stuff. They'd come over, place their orders. Maybe. So yeah, Brian says, so hear me out, an interface that is basically equipment. You set up your shop layout, click go, it runs the day, then you equip your hero and battle for the night, rinse, repeat. Okay, all right. You do that as well. That'd be kind of fun. You'd have instances of customers in the code. Yeah, I kind of like that. I do kind of like that. Summer Dev says, no, did I miss a hype train while I was taking a massive dump? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. We did have a hype train. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Why didn't you take me into the bathroom with you? You were supposed to get your phone, turn on the stream, and watch from the bathroom so you could be ready for the hype trains. It's so sad. So sad. But don't worry. I have a feeling maybe next stream there will be one. If we're lucky. If we're very lucky. I'm so sorry, though, Dev. I'm so sorry. How did your dump go, though? I hope that it went well for you. You're so valid for that. I will not make that mistake again. Good. You'd have instances. Okay, yeah. So it's basically equipment. You set up your shop layout, click go, it runs the day, and then you equip your hero and battle for the night. I do like that idea. That would be kind of fun as well. I'm trying to think of like the different ways to do a whole shop thing, right? Because like obviously, like I could try. I mean, I probably have enough assets that I have purchased over the years that I could probably make something like this. This one would be probably pretty easy to do. A top-down shop simulator. If I'm not using the default RPG Maker graphics, I would probably have enough stuff to maybe do it. Maybe. I think the top-down Zelda isometric thing would be fine for a shop. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking so too. Yeah, I don't know. I almost like the idea of like having the people walk up and it's like a first-person perspective kind of a thing going on. Maybe. Is this still TOV or are we brainstorming game jam stuff? Yeah, so we are still brainstorming. I thought that by now I would have probably switched over and been doing Tomb of Vercilias, but yeah, we are still brainstorming as of right now. I think we're probably getting close to the end though, and then we will jump into game dev stuff. I did a small shop game in Excel where you run a coffee shop and have to buy materials to make different drinks and create a menu. Customers would randomly want a drink, and if you had it, they would then rate and pay. Oh, okay. Okay. So kind of switch away from more of like the fantasy setting and do like a coffee shop. Could do that as well. No, you're good. Just keep. I was just checking. Brainstorm while you want. Oh, okay. No, I didn't think you were like trying to call me out and be like, "What are you doing? Come on, game dev stuff. Game dev." But yes. Still the brainstorming. The coffee shop idea. Coffee shop would be kind of fun. I'm thinking there could be a quality slash loot system where the items you sell have a random quality where you are torn between equipping or selling. Yes, kind of like TCG Shop Simulator. That would honestly also be pretty similar to the Shop Titans as well, because as you're crafting things, every now and then you will have items that will just be better than others, and you can either sell them for a much larger profit or equip them to your hero and then, be able to boost their stats. This is game dev. That's true. It's not exactly Tomb of Vercilias game dev, but I guess that's true. It is still game dev stuff. Yeah, I do like that idea of like having it be random high quality as well. I'm just talking about one I did for fun in Excel. I wanted an idle style game. True, but I do like the idea of the coffee shop. It is a fun idea. I am really liking, though, Bryant, the idea of like the idle battler. And so I'm trying to think of ways to make it fit with the theme of like outside the box. What if another thing that I've always wanted to make, and this would maybe be a little bit more difficult because I don't know if I would have the assets that I would need, and so I'd probably have to make them all. But I've also always wanted to make a game like this. There's a lot of games like this nowadays, so I know that this would be not an original idea in the slightest. But has anyone played Backpack Hero? Whoop, I just turned down my DPI. So Backpack Hero, and again, there are a lot of games like this, but basically it is a auto battler. But basically what you do is you have a, the basic concept of it is you have your bag and you fill it with stuff, and you've got to like organize and like move stuff around to be able to fit as much as you possibly can in your bag. And so like as you're going along, you are collecting more stuff, you got to fit it into your bag, but then you also have like weapons and things like that in your bag that will be auto battling. And so as the heroes are, or like as the heroes are slaying monsters and it is dropping items, there are, obviously not everything you find is going to be something that is going to benefit your combat. Sometimes you're going to be picking up random things, different food items and clothing and stuff like that you would then want to take back with you and sell. But you also need to make sure that you have your weapons on you to then be able to deal damage. Summer Dev says, my brother is addicted to Backpack Hero. So there we go. So something like that. No, but I have played Backpack Battles. Backpack Battles. Okay, all right. Yeah, so something like this as well. Yeah, so basically, instead of just collecting... Oh, okay, I'm seeing this now. Okay, so it would work pretty close to the same. So you do your battles, you collect the stuff as you're going, you want to fit as much stuff into your bag as possible while also having your weapons to be able to attack with, and then once you get to a shop, you can then sell the stuff to be able to... okay, all right. Sorry, I lied. My brother's addicted to backpack battles. Oh, well, there we go. There we go. It seems like it's basically the same thing. How many backpack games are there? Honestly, I have seen a ton. Backpack Hero was just like one of the first ones that I saw do this concept. But like obviously, you know, so like this one came out in 2025. This one was 2023. I know there's a lot of mobile games like this as well. Yeah, so I kind of like this idea as well. Where it's like you got your bag, you're filling it with stuff as you're going through, fighting, collecting more stuff, and then once you get to the end of it, you can then like go and sell your stuff to buy more items, upgrade your items, stuff like that. Okay, all right. So yeah, so something kind of like this is another idea that I'm kind of having. So yeah, so basically, you know, you'd have your now let's get a good color here. So yeah, so basically you would have your bag down here. And then you would have your equipment slots in the bag. Let's do this. Nope. Nope. So then you would have your equipment slots in the bag. You know, so like obviously, you know, you'd start off with something small. You'd have like a 2x3 grid or something like that. And then as you progress, you can like add more spots into your bag until eventually you have a much larger bag where you can fit even more stuff. You know, you say for example, we'd have our stats like over here or something. So like you'd have your, you know, you have your HP, you'd have, I don't know what other stats you would even have. HP and something else. I don't know. You'd have your stats over here. Maybe you'd also have like, you know, you'd have your player graphic here or something. And then you'd have, you know, your stats. You'd have your HP. You'd have your maybe your experience points. You'd have experience points down here. So yes, your character, your HP, your experience, and yeah. And then maybe up here you would have the enemy, and maybe the enemy would have their own bag that they, you know, have stuff going on with. So maybe you would get like a sneak peek at your enemy's bag. Maybe? So you'd kind of be able to like get a rough idea for how much they were going to be doing as well. They'd have a smaller bag maybe. I don't know. Just kind of spitballing here, you know? Yes, you'd have your enemy, you know, they'd have their HP here or something. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe something like that. Something backpack hero related. Lost but found. What do we got here? Oh! Yeah, something like this too. That'd be kind of fun. It's actually really satisfying looking. Huh. Interesting. I lost my potion. I mean, that's kind of fun. So you just have a whole bunch of stuff here. You got to organize it. And then as people come up for their stuff, you can just be like, oh yeah, here's your potion. Here you go. I do kind of like that. That'd be kind of fun. Let's see here. Of course, you could add some of the other features. Shop expansion, maybe find a few party members, find out multiple teams to auto battle. That's the idea. That organized / puzzle aspect. Yeah, absolutely. See, Himahabet, welcome. Glad you're here. Welcome back, actually, says, well, hello, my favorite game dev, which now cosplay as Little Red Riding Hood. The hood is not big enough to fit over. There we go. Oh, that just looks terrible. Oh my gosh. Why is this hood so tight? Sheesh. Anyway, welcome. Glad you're here. Let's see. Why pixel art game like Octopath Traveler make me feel whoa? Does the 2D HD, is that so beautiful? What do you think? I love the art of Octopath Traveler. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Feels like you're turning the Resident Evil loot system into a game of its own, a collection / auto battler game with some equipment management. Yeah, something like that. So Yeah, I don't know. I maybe something like this. So there's another concept. So what have we got so far? We've got a couple different concepts. So we've got 1, 2, and 3. So 3 concepts so far that we could go with. Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, so we got more of like a first-person perspective, like potion-making kind of game, where you gotta unbox things. Okay. Number 2 is like more of like a shop management / decorating game, where it's like you're crafting things, putting the items out on the shelves. People come in, they look at the items, they buy the items, that kind of a thing. Or we've got something like this where it's like an auto battler where you collect items, and then as you collect those items, you would probably be able to like merge them together, maybe to like make strongest. Like if you have like 2 short swords, merge them together, make a stronger short sword or something like that. And then after you have put your backpack the correct way, then you would fight whatever monsters are in here, that kind of a thing. Okay, all right. Outside the box. Outside the box. Working outside of a box. So what if instead of like putting things into a bag or a box, you're like, okay, then it's like you're taking things out. Like, what would you do with them, right? Like, would you have your inventory and you take them out and like drag them over? Like say for example, if we've got ourselves a sword, right? So let's make a sword. Scroll up here. Let's get this. Set it to like 3, 5. Sure, why not? So say for example, you get yourself a sword here, and maybe it takes up 3 spots because it's just a massive sword. It's a big old boy of a sword. And we'll do something like this, sure, and it just kind of like whoop, and it's like whoop, whoop, whoop. So maybe the whole out of the box thing is you would pick up the stuff and you would then have to like fling it at the monsters, and then it would like snap back into place and like have a cooldown. Or you like click on the things. So at that point it would be less of like an auto battler. It would be almost like MMO like, right? Where you would be the one clicking, essentially like using your skills. So then what if, we've got like a bow here, maybe? Yeah, so then basically you would be like picking up your items or like clicking on the items. They would then go up, hit the enemy, come back, and then they would have a cooldown time until you would then eventually be able to use them again. Maybe? I mean, it kind of strays away from like the whole auto battler idea, which I guess isn't like the end of the world. You could have like, different sized items. I don't know. Maybe. This is the kind of game jam where the winning game is some super crazy non-Euclidean? Nucleidine? What the freak is that? What is that? What word is that? Euclidean? Euclidean geometry is a mathematical system attributed to Euclid. I'm sure that I've heard that word before. All right. Non-Euclidean puzzle game. For theming, you have to be kind of literal for it to be successful. So is there a way boxes could actually be involved? LMFAO. That's how you pronounce it. It is Euclidean. I knew that. I definitely didn't have to Google it. Not at all. So definitely for theming, you have to be kind of literal for it to be successful. So is there a way boxes could be actually involved? There definitely could be. Let's see. Fusion Finder introduced a concept where the game algorithmically, I'm just struggling tonight, allows the players to merge items into brand new items, not necessarily upgraded versions of existing ones. Think how colors mix. Okay. A game about catching cats in boxes, then observing them to see if they are dead or not. We actually did. Funny enough, we actually, that was an idea that was thrown out in the very beginning, which was basically going to be a joke game where it was going to be Schrodinger's Cat the game, where it was just a box and you couldn't do anything with it except for open it. And if you opened it, then the game was over. Because you either knew if, instead of a cat though, it was a game. The idea was, is there a game in this box or not? And basically you lose the game as soon as you open the box. Yeah. You haven't heard of non-Euclidean geometry? I bet they got you, bro. I feel like I have to have. It's just been so long. I am so old. I'm so old. Something like Lingo and Lingo 2. Maybe. Schrodinger's Cat Factory, the game. You open boxes, plural, and get different cats and look for shiny cats. You do something like that. People always love a good cat game. Yeah, so as far as like having the box be in here literally, we could kind of take the same concept of the first game where like you have got a box like in the corner or something, where basically, yes, you'd have a box here where you are basically unboxing stuff from this box. So as you kill monsters, you would then get a box that you could then open and unbox. And then as you do that, you would then put the items in here. We could do that. We could do that. They did Schrodinger. Oh my gosh. They did a Schrodinger him to like the F. Yeah. Oh, if you could somehow make a 3D game, a 2D RPG maker, that would be literally out of the box. You definitely can. There are plugins to do 3D games in RPG Maker. The only problem here is that the engine that's being used is not necessarily... There's no like limits on engine, right? And so if I were to submit a 3D game, while, claiming like, oh, hey, this was made in RPG Maker, would be out of the box, most people would just be like, okay, like you made a 3D game, cool. Like we all made 3D games over here. And so that one unfortunately would not be as big of a like, look at me kind of a thing. Whereas like if I were making specifically a game for RPG, like an RPG Maker game jam, that one would definitely be more of like, yeah, out of the box, it's 3D kind of a thing. So definitely possible, but it wouldn't hold as much weight as I would want or need it to. So you make 4 maps of the same place with from 4 angles. Could do that as well. The player teleports to another map that is rotated to the angle, but they are changing and looking at it from. I mean, you could do that as well. Could do that as well. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Trying to outside the box, outside the box, outside the bounding box. Something outside of a bounding box. I don't know if you can really do it without RPG Maker style though. Outside the box. Boxes. Yeah. I think we've got some good concepts. I'm just gonna have to like consider it for a while and just think about what it could be box-wise. Boxes. Open boxes. Box as a shape. Boxes. Now we're just looking like Tomb of Vercilias again. Maybe I just have Tomb of Vercilias on my mind, and we just need to do that instead. I'm just here for this, man. I love game dev talk. It is fun. It is fun. Boxing is so unhygienic. Sorry, judge me, please. Ooh. Outside the box. A boxing ring. Maybe. Maybe you're a boxer and you're in the ring and you're trying to box someone outside the ring. You get your fists right here. Roar. You got some dude here. Roar, ready to box you. And you give him the smackdown. I don't even know at this point. Instead of punch out, it's punch in. Yes, so much body oil exchange, sorry. Oh, I don't know. Come at me, Nintendo. Exactly. It's punch in. Oh man, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Just an angry guy. You could do a Now I'm picturing freaking Strong Bad. You could box Strong Bad. Fight Club on stream is what we're thinking of. Oh, wait, Fight Club on Steam is what you're thinking of. Is there a game already like this? Dang it! What is a box? A square. What is the most non-square thing? A circle. If a box is a 3D square, a ball is a 3D circle. Ergo, pinball. Well, there we go. We got to do pinball. So Fight Club on Steam. All right. Fight Club game. What do we got here? Oh no. A PlayStation 2 game. There's got to be something else, right? It's on Steam, yeah? Steam. Fight Club All-Stars. Oh, is this what you're talking about? Oh my gosh. Something like this. Rebuild Minecraft Alpha in RPG Maker. Okay, so not this. Punch Club? Is this the one? Punch Club? Punch Club. I'm sorry. Okay, not Fight Club. Okay, all right. Yeah, Punch Club. I found it. It does have the idle aspect. The first rule is that there is no Fight Club. Exactly. There is no Fight Club. Absolutely none. I have thought about a pinball RPG. I mean, if I could do pinball in RPG Maker, I would be very impressed with myself. I don't think I'd be able to do pinball in RPG Maker, unfortunately. It requires a little bit too much physics to do something like that. Yeah. If I was better at art, I could maybe see myself doing something like this. Something along the lines of punch in. Where you're in a boxing ring. You just fake the physics. I could maybe actually do something like that. Maybe. It wouldn't be good, but I could maybe do something like that. What's that game where you roll a ball of junk, picking up everything? Katamari? Yes, Katamari. Again, if it wasn't RPG Maker, I could maybe do something like Katamari. Pinball physics is rough. Roguelike Hero. Yeah, doing pinball physics in RPG Maker would not be an easy feat. Yeah, that. See, if I knew a 3D engine, time to pick up Godot. If I could somehow learn Godot and make a Katamari clone in a month, I would be surprised at myself. I wouldn't even be proud of myself. I'd just be surprised at myself. Anyway, yeah, I feel like it would be the, so here's the thing. With something like this, where I would not be able to do the art very well. The thing with this is I would have to, there would be a fine line, right? There would be a fine line of comical looking art and bad looking art that I would have to walk that line so well. Because obviously I couldn't do something like this, right? This would not, something like this, stick figure kind of things would not win the game jam. Maybe people would play it, maybe people would be like, oh, it was kind of funny. But something like this, it wouldn't. And so obviously I would have to spend a little bit more time putting in the effort. But it's there would be that fine line of putting in enough effort to where it looked good, but not to the point where it's it's obvious that I'm trying and it just doesn't look good because I'm not good at art. So, is this going to be a Mike Tyson Punch-Out remake? I mean, maybe something like that. Maybe. Take a game and create it in a completely different genre, like I am talking wrestling, like I'm taking wrestling and making it a card game. I mean, that's true. That's true. You are taking wrestling and making it a card game. One finger death punch. What? What? This is pretty intense looking, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, something like that. Overwhelmingly positive, 9,100 reviews. That is wild. Jeez. Maybe. I disagree. I think poor, try hard art looks so peak like Pizza Tower. Check the vid. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. I see now. Interesting. Huh. Okay. All right. I have played games like this before that I have wanted to remake. Obviously, you know, would not be as crazy as this. But yeah, some random dev, I mean, I would agree. But that's the thing, is that like you've got bad art and then you've got really bad art. And I feel like the really bad art is where it like shines, whereas the bad art is like, oh, you tried and that just did not work out. So I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. Pizza. That sounds really good right now. I'm not gonna lie. You have to press left and right at the right time. It's all stick figure. So can't say stick figure bad. True. So there was actually a so there's been a couple games that I've played like that. So there was a pirate game that I really liked, that I thought would be fun to try and do something like that. And then it wasn't a ninja game. It was some other kind of game. Yeah, basically the idea was, it's like, you know, you'd have your, you got your person in the middle of the screen, people are coming in from the sides, and then, then you've got to like time your attacks just right, because if you swing too early, then you miss, and then you like leave yourself defenseless for a certain amount of time, and if you can't then recover from it, and then be able to get another swing in, then you die, kind of a thing. So I do like that. I do like that idea. That'd be kind of fun. Could you make a turn-based Vampire Survivors clone? In terms of like it actually being recognizable as Vampire Survivors, probably not, just because having a ton of characters and things like that on the screen at once in RPG Maker, not good. Not good. Seems like easy, low-hanging fruit to me. Yeah, I mean, if it was something like turn-based, maybe. Wrestling card games exist. True. Jackpot Dungeon, a slots game where you fight monsters. That was actually another thing that I was thinking of. I was like, what if we stick with like almost kind of the Tomb of Vercilias theme? Maybe. Vampire Crawlers is that though? Oh wait, is there one? Vampire Crawlers? Wait, what? Oh yeah, I do remember seeing this. That is hilarious. So yeah, something like this. Something where it's like more turn-based, and yeah. Planned release date to be announced. That is hilarious. But yeah, something like that would honestly be another way that we could go. Yeah. It's fun. Play the demo. I mean, I kind of get the concept. I do want to play the demo though. I would want to play that though. If I was logged into Steam, I'm pretty sure that I have it wishlisted. Tomb of Vercilias, the spin-off, get it? Because it's slots. That would be kind of fun. Oh, the spin-off. I get it. It's fun to play the demo. Not saying on stream, just in general. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, so basically I was just meaning I do have it wishlisted, so I will be playing the demo eventually, one of these days. The only problem there is it's then you start having to come back to reality, and you're like, okay, where does the outside the box actually come into play, kind of a thing, you know? So yeah, and then that's where it's kind of like, all these like really fun ideas of where I'm like, oh, that would actually be kind of fun, it would be fun to do this thing or that, and then I sit here and I'm like, wait, crap, how does the theme of outside the box come back into play here? Because yeah, it's, I believe in the rules, it doesn't say that you'll necessarily be disqualified for not following the theme. But you do have to like include the theme. Yeah, so submissions must include, reference, or be inspired directly from the theme. So I don't know if you'd necessarily be disqualified, but you probably wouldn't make it very far in the ratings and judgment, which means it would kind of, you know, make it not worth doing again. So, Again, I'm definitely gonna have to be like thinking about the whole outside the box thing and just kind of think, well, I mean, outside the box, obviously, but thinking about like different ways that we could make this work. We'll pocket the spin-off for later. I like that. I like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it definitely, I feel like the more it leans into like the whole boxes thing, the better. So like something that's like happening in a box. Something that's happening in another box. 4-dimensional checkers. I would not be able to, I would not be able to make something like that because I would be terrible at it. Or 6-dimensional checkers played on a cube. That would be an absolute nightmare to try and program. I'm not gonna lie. So something with like multiple boxes, really leaning heavily into the theme of boxes. But then what would you do to make it outside the box? Actually, a cube would be in 3 dimensions. I mean, technically that is true. It would be in 3 dimensions with 6 faces. So you're playing on 6 boards at once in 3D. Oh. Even if I could do that in RPG Maker, I would not be able to do that at all. What if it was like a sorting game where you had things in the boxes and then you had to freaking put those things in the other boxes. You had to like pick up the thing and move it to the other box. No, that seems, I don't know. I feel like that'd be boring. You already said in the boxes. That's true. That's true. Because then you are like literally just moving things from box to box. Fairly says, hear me out, outside the box, and it's a game about chickens. That would be hilarious. Okay, but what would you do though? What would you do with the chickens? Outside the box. An idle chicken game, an idle chicken clicker game, and it's just called Outside the Box, and you have to like click on the chickens, and every time you click on a chicken, you get feathers, and then with those feathers you get eggs, and then with those eggs, I don't know. Quick, make a loss. A loss? What's a loss? I don't even know. Chicken wrangling game. They constantly try to cross the street, but you have to protect them. Just constantly keeping them from going across the road. You can get high in the ranks if you make outside the box, and it's just very stupid. Make the chickens escape the coop. The coop is the shape of a box. Could do that as well. Okay, so outside the box, the chickens have escaped the coop, and you have to get the chickens back in the coop before they cross the road. You do something like that. Yeah, they constantly try to cross the street. You have to protect them. If they cross the road, enough of them, it's game over. So do like a Frogger type game But instead of trying to cross the road, you're trying to keep them from crossing the road. So you got your chicken coop here. Whoops. Let's go with a color you can actually see. How about that? So you got your chicken coop here. You got your fence right here, but then you've got the fence and it's open, and you can't close it. You get all your little chickens that are just constantly walking around, and then you got your road right here with cars that are constantly driving by, and the chickens will try to get their way around here. And they'll just be like, doo 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 doo, and you're like, nope, get back here, chicken. And you got to pull them back in. Maybe. Dazu says, hey everyone, welcome Dazu, welcome, glad you're here. We are thinking of potential game concepts if we were to maybe join this game jam, the Bad Ideas Productions game jam, which the theme is outside the box. And so we are brainstorming themes, games with that theme. And it's going. We're slowly but surely figuring some stuff out. Fairly says, you could get high in the... Okay, I already read that one. Summer Dev says, quick, Dazu, game idea for theme outside the box. Yes, quickly, hurry. Fairly says, outside the box, there's eggs falling from the top, and you try to catch them in a box. Bonus points for goofy control scheme. Ooh. All right, so here's the idea that comes to mind when I think that. Fairly, let's do this again. We throw that on there. Oh wait, there we go. So you're gonna have, say for example, you got your box down here, right? And then maybe you got maybe so up on the sides, maybe up here you got some different chicken and coop things. You got some chickens up in here. That's a chicken. I swear that's a chicken. And then basically the idea is you'd have a couple different spots where the chickens are. You got your chickens. And then the chickens would then poop out their eggs, and they would basically launch and come down, and then you gotta be moving the box back and forth. And so as the eggs are then coming down, coming down, you gotta then be like, oh no, get the egg. Okay, all right. Bonus points for the goofy control scheme, though. I'm trying to think of like what if it would either be keyboard, you then be moving the box back and forth, or just like with your mouse, and it would just kind of like track the position of your mouse, so it'd be like a little bit easier to like move it quickly back and forth. We also would not necessarily have to use this whole thing here where like the chickens are on the sides. We could have them up top and the eggs are just like coming down. What if the box moves and you somehow control the eggs? Could do that. We could do that as well. Yeah. Let's see, that's as outside the box as you're gonna get. Oh, wait. If they cross the road, enough of them, it's game over. This is a tower defense chicken game. That's as outside the box as you're gonna get. Oh my gosh, a chicken defense tower game where they launch eggs at the foxes. There's foxes, and they're launching eggs. Think Pac-Man, but you have to catch the chickens. Oh, and the little dots around are the eggs. You can make randomish maps with fences and stuff. That's an old Atari/NES game, I think, called Kaboom. Look up Kaboom. All right, let me look at this up. Kaboom. We're gonna do Kaboom Atari game. Whoa. Images. Ah. Huh. Okay, so you're collecting the bombs that the dude is throwing. Okay. So basically, you would have chickens that pop up, poop out an egg, and you gotta rush over and get the egg. Huh. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah. Huh. Maybe. Fairly says, idle clicker game where you play as a mama chicken pecking egg cartons to retrieve her babies. Okay, all right. And then you use the eggs to like upgrade the pecs. So instead of the clicks, you're upgrading the pecs. Sandbox where you have a farm, but you re-animal, so the player doing stuff and you're an animal. Oh wait, but you're an animal, so the player's doing stuff and you're an animal NPC. Okay. It'd be kind of fun. Not really collecting. Those are water, and it's putting out the fuse, if I remember correctly. Oh, gotcha. So you see. Okay, all right. So you see. Gotcha. What if you click a box and a chicken comes out of it? It's a magic box that, after a cooldown, allows you to get another chicken. As time goes on, you upgrade the box with eggs/golden eggs. Okay, all right. Other idea could be something to do with an electrical box or a check box, maybe a mailbox, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this one's still on the list. This one, I almost wonder if I would have enough time to make something like this. This whole like idle fighter game where you're like putting stuff into a bag, doable, but again, it does kind of like get into that issue of like, well, how is this whole outside the box thing going? The boxing ring, kind of fun. You're like punching people outside the ring. The box thing, though, kind of doesn't lean as heavily into the box thing, though. What was this one again? I don't remember. Was this one just like the concept we started to go? Oh, that's right. It was the sorting game where you're like moving things from box to box, but it's not really you moving things into a box. Or it's not really like the whole outside the box thing, because you're just moving it from box to box. Kiss the best, keep it simple, stupid. Exactly, yeah, 100%. If you can't explain your game mechanics quickly, then it's probably not going to be fun. True. So we got the chicken out of box. We got the egg catching one. A chicken idle clicker game. An isometric take on cube-based collecting and building games. Isometric is a little bit difficult to do in RPG Maker, but you can fake it. It is fakeable, but it's not ideal. It would be fun, though. Boxes. Taking things out of boxes. So outside the box, taking things outside the box. So what if you had boxes like this, and you had enemies inside the box? This is an enemy. There we go. There's an enemy. Grr. Maybe you got your stats right here for the enemy, whatever. And then in another box, you would have weapons of some sort. You know, you got weapons. And then you would take those weapons and you would put them into the monster box. So you take them out of a box, but then you're still putting them into another box. You could have boxes of monsters, and you would take the monster out of the box, and then you would put the weapons on them outside the box. Loca says, what do you mean a long 30+ minute spiel isn't a good idea? Cough, cough. Hey now, that spiel is necessary. It is necessary every single time. I think this is something you are thinking. What do we got here? What do we got here? A pedestrian. I can see the signs in my sleep now, always guiding me closer. Will this really work? Have we almost achieved the impossible? Wait, so like you're playing the game with signs? Huh. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so you're guiding the player through making the connections. Interesting, interesting. It's actually kind of cool. I like that idea. That's a really cool idea. That's very unique. Maybe. Video might help. Oh, it helped so much. So I mean, maybe something like that. Obviously, like less graphically intense, right? What if you anthropomorphize cardboard boxes? It would do super great. It would do absolutely fantastic if I did that. I don't know. Boxes outside the box. Outside the box made me think of unpacking the game. So we did go over unpacking earlier, like a thought of like doing unpacking. But I think it would just require too much custom art to be able to do and make it actually look and feel good. As much as I've always wanted to make some kind of like isometric unboxing / decorating game, it would be fun. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So maybe less so of things like being outside the box, like thinking outside the box in terms of gameplay. What kind of concepts do we have here that could be like simple, both mechanically and graphically, so that I could actually make them, and simple enough to actually make in a month? I think going towards literal boxes is what a lot of people are going to do. And that's why I'm kind of like, what if it's not necessarily going with like literal boxes, but like taking like a game concept outside of its box, right? Which I know is obviously right, but it's like maybe like kind of going with the whole idler game, like the idle gameplay, the idle battler, still like with the shop thing. Like taking it into a concept that like, because again, like there's not really anything original anymore, right? Like there's just not. But like taking it to like a concept that's like not as much done, you know? I think an RPG Maker take on Evo would be fun. Wait, so did you ever play the game Evo for SNES? I don't think I did. I did not play very many SNES games. I had like my 7 that I played, and that was about it. This looks familiar, but I don't think I ever played it. I think I've watched gameplay of it, but I don't think I ever played it. Interesting. Is it one of those games where you're like you're actually like evolving over time? Evo would be super expensive now. It's a story of evolution. Yes. Oh, okay. All right. So I was kind of gathering from the images and I guess also from the name Evo. So, yeah, that would be really cool. Probably doable in RPG Maker. Obviously a lot of custom art, but or take this idea and modify the box in some way to affect the items within. So you can do one thing to a box to modify it. Now by modify, are we meaning like resize, or like putting a specific thing in there, or like you select the box and you're like, okay, this box is now going to, do 5x damage or something like that, and then that way anything that's within the box, so like if I have this sword in here, it would be doing 5x damage to the monster that's in this box. But if I've got like a bow and arrow in this box that does not have that thing, it's doing less damage. Is that kind of what you're kind of getting at? You could resize the boxes. I don't know how to make that like a gameplay mechanic, like resizing the box. So like the bigger you make the box, the less of like multipliers it has, but the more items you can fit in it. So if you have just like a really tiny box and you've got like one item in there and that box is doing, like 5x damage or something like that. But then this box, which is larger, you can have more items in it. It only has like a 2x multiplier, right? But then if you were to take the box and drag it and like make it larger, it's now doing like 1x or something. I don't know how I would do resizable boxes though in RPG Maker. You said it has stats. You may have an item that affects those stats and it would modify it, or you could rip or scratch out something. Okay, all right. People like exponential curves, automation, decision-making, and fun graphics. True. And I think it would be a lot of fun to have like exponential curves in the game in terms of like combat. You have your own charming style, so I think if you don't mind the work, you have that. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I'm just thinking about like these windows here, right? Like these boxes. It's not exactly original, because immediately, like, when I thought of this, immediately, like, the game that inspired this came to mind. So obviously not original, but has anybody ever played Kingsway? So basically, Kingsway, it's an RPG, but you play it out of like these windows or boxes, and essentially each one of these boxes is like interacting with the other, right? It's like you'd have your player box that has like all your character stats and stuff like that. But then you'd also have like all these other boxes that have like, the monsters in them, your stats, your inventory and things like that. Obviously, I would not be able to do anything graphically quite like this, just because, like, with how RPG Maker is, right? It would make it a little bit more difficult to do, right? To do something like this. But what if these boxes were windows, and we kind of do the same concept where, like, it's working out of, like, basically it's the game is basically like its own operating system, right? And you would have these windows that you would then be able to, like, drag the stuff out of the boxes into another box, like, do the thing. So basically, so you'd have, like, you know, you'd have your player window that would have your character, you know, and it's got your stats, and, like, maybe you've got your inventory down here, and you put your equipment in here. And then you would open up another window, and the windows, I've got a hair in my mouth, and the windows would have, so you'd have, like, a monster window that pops up, right? And then you would have to fight the monster with your hero, or one of your heroes. Maybe you'd have multiple. And that monster would have their stats, and so then at that point you would then need to, like, open up, like, an exe file, or, like, open up another window that would have your other heroes in it, and then you would then want to, you know, drag and drop your hero into the monster box, and then it would then start fighting. And then you'd have, like, your inventory window, which would then just have, like, all of your items in here, which you could then drag these items onto your character to, like, equip them. You drag them over to stuff. Again, like, I know it's not exactly original, because it's like, you know, you got Kingsway that is basically doing this already. Looks like Loki posted a link. Window kill. Ooh. That's actually really cool. I like that. I don't know if I'd be able to do anything. Yeah, it's... Here's the thing. I'm, like, thinking in terms of RPG Maker, and I don't know if I'd be able to really make these windows actually interact with each other, right? These all seem to be, like, interact with each other and, like, working together, and I don't know how I would do that. Whereas Kingsway, since it's all, like, its own separate things, I would maybe be able to, like, have the windows. Maybe I'd be able to get them to where you could, like, drag and drop them around. I would hope so. But yeah, then basically you would, like, have your player. Yeah, and then you'd be able to, like, drag them onto. I mean, maybe we could have, like, some kind of an attachment. Like, you would take your hero and you would have to, like, drag it over to the window and basically, like, attach them, and then they would start fighting or something like that. Maybe. So yeah, let's think about what you have done already for code so you can do it fast. So with something like this, I would probably be able to use quite a bit of the stuff that I've utilized with Tomb of Vercilias. Because a lot of it is, like, image manipulation and stuff like that. So I don't know, maybe. Some Red Dev says, ooh, I think you're onto something. Oh, maybe. In terms of concept, it sounds like it would be kind of fun. We could have the idle battler. We could also, because, like, here's the thing too, is, like, we could have whatever windows we wanted on the screen, right? So it's like we could have essentially, you know, we could add whatever we wanted if we kind of made it like our own operating system, essentially. And that's kind of how you're playing the game, is, like, out of that operating system. So yeah, Sunset Knight, first time chatter. First of all, welcome, glad you're here. Says, Hello, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully you had an absolutely fantastic weekend. Yeah, welcome. We are brainstorming game ideas for a game jam that I might do something for. It is the Bad Ideas Productions game jam, and the theme just got revealed yesterday, and the theme is outside the box. So we're trying to think of like different things that we could be, making for something for the game jam to be able to fit the theme of outside the box. So we've gone through quite a few concepts so far already. So the first one we kind of went through was like a potion crafting game where you'd be taking items outside of a box and you then mix them together, make potions, and then you would fulfill orders and give them to people. The next concept was a shop management slash decorating simulator where you would then be able to like also armor up different heroes to be able to like go out and do quests. Next idea was a backpack management kind of thing. This we were kind of like trailing off a little bit more, not necessarily following the outside the box idea here. The next concept was more of like a boxing kind of game, kind of like back into the boxing box outside the box. It's a boxing game, but like kind of fit the theme, kind of didn't. I guess next was kind of this one, but this is kind of like the more recent one, so I guess we can throw that up there. The next one was an idea, not necessarily box like BOX, but box like a chicken box, like BAWK, like a balking chicken. So that one was kind of maybe an idea of like keeping chickens inside of a coop, and they were always like trying to cross the road, and you're like having to like drag them back. Next one was like a chicken egg laying game, and you were moving a box back and forth to be able to like keep the eggs from cracking, and if you didn't land them in the box, then they would crack. And then this one is kind of the next one we're kind of brainstorming, maybe, where it's basically the idea is like the box are these windows, and these windows you would then use to like, you'd have your heroes, you'd have your monsters, your inventory, and then basically you would be dragging the items outside of these windows, these boxes, and putting them over in with the monsters and things like that. So yeah. Yeah, really, I mean, like, you could have like basically like set it up like it's a computer, right? And so you'd have like different icons on the screen, and you could basically have like, this is your heroes directory, this is your inventory directory, this is the monsters directory, the quests directory, the dungeons directory, like whatever we would want to do. And then you would open up these directories, or these maybe they could be applications or something like that, but like, you would open them up, it would then open up a window, and then inside the window you would have the different applications. Okay, so you'd have directories. So like you'd have like your hero directory, right? And so then that would open up a new window, your hero folder, and then in here you would then have your different hero applications. So you'd have like hero 1, hero 2, hero 3, and then you would open up that application, which would then lead into this application running. And then so long as you have okay, this may make it more complicated than it would need to be. But what if you could only have so many applications running at once because your computer is limited on resources? So you could have a task manager, right? And your task manager, you could see what your computer was doing. So you'd be limited by your CPU and your RAM, right? And so if you opened up too many hero applications, it would take too much, CPU or too much RAM, and so they wouldn't run as efficiently, or they just wouldn't run at all. And so you would have to close different heroes, like different applications. So you'd have your hero application, you would have maybe like your monster applications, and so you would have to have these running at the same time so the heroes could be attacking the monsters. But if you open up too many hero applications at once, they are now doing less because your CPU or your RAM can't handle it. And then you run into the potential issue of like them crashing. And so not only do you have to be like managing your windows and your applications and things like that of like the heroes idly fighting monsters, idly completing quests and things like that, then you also have to take into consideration the specs of your computer, your game's computer, right? And and then as you are fighting and collecting money, you can then use that money to be able to upgrade your computer. It could be like an online game. And so you basically are taking the gold that you have earned in game, and you can then go try to barter it like on like an eBay-esque kind of website. And you can try to sell your in-game currency for your like real world money. And then you can use that money to upgrade your CPU and your RAM. Maybe. Sunset Knight says, oh, fun, I just finished a game jam. Oh, which one did you finish? And if you've got a link, I would love to see what you made. Does it says, also going around other windows to find chickens and put them back would be fun. There we go. The full circle. First full circle, we will then bring the chickens back in. You can then run chicken.exe and it will pull up the chickens. I love this. What's better in game jams? An idea that's easy to do, a game but a good but slow to implement code/idea. An idea that's easy to do, or a good but slow to implement code/idea. I feel like with month-long jams, which is what this one is, it's better to have a game that is slow to implement and code, but in the end is a better idea.
Mathradog just redeemed Streech.
Well, I'm gonna have to get off my butt now. Because I gotta stretch.
Moonman to do 10 chest
and chest bender. And of course, because of the trifecta,
Mathradog
we've got the bicep curls.
To do 10 bicep curls.
Absolutely, we can do that. Mathra, welcome. Glad you're here. Glad you are here. Let's see here. A game in a game? I know. Now that is thinking outside the box right there. Add the ability to smack the side of your computer to do something very outside the box. Oh my gosh, that would be beautiful. I like that. I like that. Let's see. Sunset Knight says, I did a mini jam, 205 horses. If you want a link. Oh, excuse me. If you want, I can drop a link here. Absolutely. I would love to take a look at it. Yeah, 100%. That's thinking in the box. That is 100%. Oh, let's see. Bryant, I am so sorry. I completely stopped reading chat. Let's see. What do we say? Let's see. People like exponential curves. You have your own charming style. Think combo bonuses and stuff. Network warrior. Could you make Snake in RPG Maker? You could. You absolutely could make Snake in RPG Maker. It'd be a little bit tricky, but you absolutely could. Let's see here. You have RAM. You have to upgrade it. PC Builder Hero. There we go. There we go. Yes. Yes, you're upgrading your PC while playing this online game all within the game. I kind of like this idea. That's thinking in the box, but outside of it at the same time. Exactly, Nick. Exactly. See, Gallop Horse game. Okay, so the theme was...
Says, quick do a hype train while SRD is gone.
Yes, let's do it. Oh, wait, okay, I'm leaving for a sec. No hype trains while I'm gone. Okay, yes, everybody, let's do a hype train. No, we actually already did a hype train during the stream, so no more. No more of those. All right, well, since Mathra is here, we do need to do the stretch, and we need to do the bicep curls and the chest bender. So let's crank the jams, and let's do that, and then we are going to take a look at Sunset Knight's game. So let's crank the jams really quick, and let's do that. Let's get me off my butt, and let's get the blood pumping, you know? Because I have been sitting for too long. Oh, there we go. All right. Ugh. Get out of here, Cord. All right, we got 10 on the clock. 10 on the clock. Count it with me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Oh, and the chest benders. Here we go. 10 on the clock, count them with me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo. Oh, that feels good. Oh, man. Okay. Oh. And now, let's do some stretching. Here we go. Oh, let's go to the left. Here we go. And to the right. Oh, and backwards. Oh, that feels good. Oh, thank you, Mathra. I appreciate that. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna do something unconventional that I don't usually do on the stream. I'm gonna be snacking because I'm realizing I had an extremely tiny breakfast. I had a very, very tiny dinner. And it's now finally hitting me. And I'm like, why am I feeling so tired and just like I cannot keep going? I think it's because I ate so little for dinner. And yeah, now it's catching up to me. So, I hate to disappoint fairly, but these are not what the freak is that nut? This is not the cashews. This is not cashews. Was it cashews or was it almonds? Oh, it's almonds. Almonds was the one that Fairly was very passionate about. So, Fairly, if you were here, I am so sorry to disappoint. These are not going to be almonds, but it is, if I get this freaking thing open, oh my gosh. This is the most difficult to open trail mix I have ever tried to open in my life. I have never had to use a knife before to open trail mix, but apparently this trail mix just does not want to be opened. There we go. Jeez. Okay, there we go. Gotta put my knife away. All right, Sunset Knight. Let us take a look here what we got. Oh boy. I could not. Okay, there we go. I was like, there was gonna be a bit of a problem. Because that's what it said when I first opened it, and I was like, oh no. I can't rotate my device. This is, you know, it's a whole thing. So, luckily, if I go like that, then we're good to go. Okay, cool. Let's see, what do we got here? So yeah, so the theme was horses, and the limitation was one-handed controls. Oh, okay. Fair. Yeah, so Gallop, a one-handed horse racing game. Press any key or click to start. All right, we're going to press this key. Ooh, enter your name. Do I have to enter it with one hand? I'm going to enter it with one hand. Here we go. There we go. Start racing. Okay, so hold space or click to gallop. Yeah, we're going. Oh, I've got stamina. Oh my gosh. Crap. Okay, all right, we got to plan this out just right.
Says, press his power button.
Press any key? You told me to press any key. I pressed the power button. And go. Okay, so the grass slows me down. The water really slows me down. Go, Gallop, get out of there. Whew. Oh, Joe, get out of here. Get out of here, Joe. Okay, come on. We got this. The home stretch. Come on. No, Joe, get out of here. All right, I got to make sure that I'm full on stamina. Yes! First place. First try. What is taking them so long? Why? 43 seconds. Wow. 22nd place. All right, we got to do this again. Go. Oh. Okay, so apparently getting all the way out of mana is a very bad idea. Good to know. All right, here we go. Yeah, take that, Danny. Get out of here, Finn. All right, here we go. My assumption is I'm going to need to save it for the grass, right? Get out of here, Finn. Go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Yes, yes, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, okay. All right, we slow down just a little bit. And then we go. Yes! First place, first place. Take that, Finn. Thought you could try to beat me. 22nd again. Dang it. All right, I've got a good feeling about this next one. I've got a good feeling about this next one. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to gallop through the water down to half. Then we're going to stop. Then we're going to go. Gallop all the way through the field so we go even faster. Then we stop. Then we bring back. All right, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Get through the water, get through the water, get through the water. And then we go. And then we stop when we get to the water. We got to stop earlier. I got to make sure that I have enough to get to then race through the grassy field. Go. We get an extra boost through the grass. And then we stop. Then we wait. Then we go. Oh, crap. Crap, 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 crap. Oh, I was worried. I was worried there for a second there. Whew. Whew. 42.84. 21. I went up a spot. I'm happy. I'm happy about that. Not bad if I do say so myself. I do not have this problem since I'm allergic to nuts. Wait, are you? That's rough. I'm sorry. Umasama, I cannot pronounce that tonight. Umasami D-Make. Exactly. Exactly. You're getting a lot of water. The races are randomly generated. That is super cool. I really like this game. This is a lot of fun. Yeah, I am definitely going to be keeping this one. This is a blast. Like, if nothing else, just to like play it every now and then. So yeah, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Yeah, very, very nicely put together. I like it. Beautifully done. See, Bryant says, I'm so sorry. Wait, why are you sorry? What's happening? Why are you sorry? You know, it's really hard to say rough 2 times in a row. I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for that. I'm not a dog. I am not a dog. You can't make me. I see what you're trying to do. Loki says, don't forget the new channel so people can sign up. I also have ideas for bonus keys. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, so I'm planning on setting it up tomorrow. And then that way people can have the whole week to be able to like sign up, so that on the Sunday stream we should be able to jump in and give away the keys. So yeah, should be good. Yeah, it's gonna happen. I promise. I'm gonna do it. I promise. I promise. I promise. Okay. Do we feel like this is outside the box enough? So I want it, like, the number one thing is I want it to feel outside the box. And I feel like making a game that you play out of Windows, killing monsters, collecting items, leveling up heroes, and then also having like your system resources that you have to maintain. I think it's pretty outside the box, like both conceptually and then also like you're like dragging the characters outside of the box. So I feel like that's probably going to be good. I think. I hope. I guess we'll find out. I like this PC game idea. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's we'll see. I'll probably get a little bit of like some concept art done between now and the next stream, just so, you know, so we got a little bit to go off of. And then I think, depending on how I'm still feeling about it on the Tuesday stream, we'll probably jump in and see what we can get done. Because again, we only have a month. We only have 1 month to get this thing done, so. I think it's possible, though. You should start the game where the player sits down at the computer, i.e. outside the box. That'd be kind of fun. I like that. How long is the game jam? So the game jam is 1 month. So it just started today. I guess technically last night at like 10 p.m. But yeah, so it's kind of like still technically started today. So I feel like most people probably started on theirs today. And yeah, so it goes all the way through the end of March. So it's one of those game jams. Like, here's the thing. I'm usually more of a 2 to 3 day, maybe a week-long game jam enjoyer, just because I don't have a ton of time to be able to do game dev stuff. And so if it's super long, I feel like it gives an advantage to people who have more time. And I don't like that. I don't like when other people have advantages over me. Concept fart. Exactly. But will you use MV or MZ? I think I'm going to use MZ. Reason being, and you may need to correct me on this, some randev. So obviously, you know, I'm going to be using HUD Maker, but I have a question for you. If I use HUD Maker in MZ, can you set the position of any of the elements, like text, pictures, icons, anything like that? Can you set the position of those elements to link to the position? Can you use JavaScript to set their position, basically? Like if I were to say, like, say for example, let's say this character here was a let's say for example this character was an object that you needed to be able to pick up and move, right? But I also wanted people to be able to like pick up and move the windows that they have. So like if this were a separate object, would I be able to have this be being shown in HUD Maker or something? It would probably be less likely the pictures, but more like the texts, the gauges, things like that. And so if it were to be showing, say, a health bar here, or text showing the health, and then if someone were to move the window, someone were to move the window, if it would move the health bar or the health text based on the X position of this picture, plus or minus, you know, whatever X and Y. Yes? Okay. Awesome. Good. Well then, yes. So I'll be using MZ so that I can actually make use of all the amazing freaking features in the updated version of HUD Maker. So yes, I will be using MZ for that. What's the name of the jam? I should check it out. Yes, absolutely you should. So the name of the jam is... It's the Bad Ideas Productions, Bad Ideas Game Jam. So I will post a link here in the chat, just so, you know, easier access. But yeah, so I had never heard of, I guess the YouTube channel would be Johnny Razor. So I had never heard of Johnny Razor before. Johnny Razor is the one that's putting it on. Apparently he's a bit of a big deal, you know, I mean, he's got almost 2.1 million subscribers. So kind of a bigger deal. And yeah, so anyway, that's what it is. That's what's going on. So I'm trying to remember who brought it to my attention before originally. I know I've had a few people talk about it since. Anyway, yeah, so it's going for the next 29 days, 22 hours, 46 minutes, and 30 seconds. And yeah, definitely not me. It was Loki. Loki was the one that brought it up. But anyway, yeah, so if it seems like something that'll be up your alley, then yeah, by all means, would absolutely love to see you in here. And if not, totally understandable. Lies and deceptions. Think outside the box, but play in it. It's a good way to go. Let's see. Moonwood Games, check Discord off topic. Oh, what's going on in off topic? What do we got in here? Off topic. There we go. Buddy, how do you do that? How do you do that? That's impressive. That is very impressive. Jeez. Good times. Good times indeed for everybody. All right. Well, yeah, so I think the plan is I'm going to be making some concept stuff for this, and we'll just kind of see if it feels good. Great. If not, oh well. But let's do some actual game dev, shall we? Instead of just talking about it, let's actually do it. So, if you remember from last stream, now that we're almost 3 hours into the stream, if you remember from last stream, we were working on getting the sandwiches working. So, as of right now, we've got 4 different sandwiches. I think 2 of them are fully working. We might have 3 of them fully working, I think. Let's see. So this one is, it could double your current XP or it could cut it in half. That one is working. So it's these sandwiches that you feed to the monsters. So this first one is, I believe, the one we were working on. So could reduce the monster's HP by 50%, or it could increase the monster's HP by 50%. Now that I think about it, I actually think this one was done. So we try and feed it to the monster, cuts his HP in half. Let's do it again. Heals him. Cuts it in half, and we are out of sandwiches. Now, the not so great thing about that sandwich is if it were to heal the monster, even when he has full health, let's see if it does it, he now goes up to 15 health instead of the 10 health. So it's not necessarily just like, oh, well, use it at full health because that'll be fine. No, you could still.
Big Pharma is lying to you.
How dare they?
Moonwood was never supposed to make games. The 5G waves in your phone are poisoning your brain. And the Jews run the world.
Whoa! The ending to that one, I was not expecting that one. I knew it. They're the ones that make me like this. Gotta be. Let's see. Dazu says, let's think outside the box and do a straight up malware. I am choosing violence today. There we go. Just like, don't even make a game, just make malware. He's going to start in a moment. True. Wait, there's a mandatory 30-minute game explanation needed for the new people. Oh, that's true. That's true. All right, everybody, welcome. Glad to see you here. No. I won't do that this time. Maybe if there's a raid. If there's a raid in the next 20 minutes, then I'll do it. But if not, then I won't. Samurai Dev says, damn, those sandwiches look so good. They really do. Look at those sandwiches. So good looking. So good looking. But anyway, so yeah, let's do this again. Hold up. Is that right? 15 divided by 2, 7.5. It'll be 15 plus 7.5. That is right. Okay, never mind. We're good. I was like, wait, but that's right. It's not doubling the HP. It is increasing it by 50%. So yeah, so now he's up to 22 health. But if I were to do this and if it damages him, dang it. Dang it. All right, now I've just backed myself into a corner with these freaking sandwiches. Anyway, so yeah, so there we go. Cool. So that sandwich is working 100%. We are good to go there. It does damage and it does heal. So I think it's just that last sandwich, the sub sandwich for the monsters. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and it was definitely making him stronger. That is for sure. Okay, come on. See, but you can get lucky, and you can have it just kill the monster completely, and you'd be good to go. The one thing you probably do not want to do, though, is if you use the sandwich on a monster, and it actually damages them by half, do not use another sandwich, because the chances of it just healing them back up to what they used to be is just way too high. Way too high. Anyway, okay, so now we need to figure out what we're gonna do here. We have this other sandwich. Ooh, I'm gonna die. Samurai Dev, you are not a monster. I promise you are not a monster. Speaking though of monsters, Samurai Dev, what would you like your other sandwich to do to the monsters when you feed it to them? Because I think that was where we stopped last time, is because I wasn't quite sure what kind of like perk and drawback the other sandwich should have. Yeah. Oh, I have no idea. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Well, if anyone has any ideas on what they feel like this other sandwich should do, so the first sandwich, obviously, it either damages the monster by 50% or it increases their HP by 50%. 50%. And then the other sandwiches we have that the player can eat. It's like this one either doubles your XP or cuts it in half. And of course, the other sandwich is not here to give an example of. The other sandwich either restores your HP by 50% or it reduces your HP of your 50% of your max HP. So not your current. So if you have 2 health left, but your max HP is 15, it is still going to do 7.5 damage to you versus, you know, the 1 damage you would think it would have done if you had only 2 health left. Oh. Dropping things. I'm so occasionally here, I can count as a new viewer. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Nick. Lucas says, oh wait, I already read that one. Some Dev says, I have no idea. Nick says, status effects. We could add status effects. It is something we could do. It's not necessarily in the game and like ready to go, but we could absolutely add them. Fun fact, new games will be added to list on Tuesday. Well then. Wait. When you say the list, are you meaning like the Google Doc list? I think that's what you're meaning, actually. Yes? Okay, all right. That's what I was figuring. But I was like, wait, what list? I was imagining you were going to like post them all on like the Discord. I was like, maybe the sandwich forces the next card the monster draws to be really high or something or really low. Ooh, we could do that. We could absolutely do that. Crap. We could do that. I'm trying to think of like how to best do that, because I mean, we could just take into consideration what is currently still in the deck, because the deck is going to run out and it will have to be reshuffled. Oh. We could do that, honestly. See, Lazarla says hello. Welcome, Lazarla. Glad you're here. How's life going for you? How are things? I feel like it has been so long. I hope things are going well for you. As it says, potion to show the door orb. Oh, yeah, we could absolutely add an item like that. Want to see my notes from biology? I feel like I would die if I did, but yes, absolutely, if you'd like to share them. The game looks so awesome. I love the new art. Thank you, Lazarla. I do appreciate that. Thank you. It's definitely coming along slowly but surely. Yeah, we've got all sorts of fun new stuff in here. So yeah, some new perk cards with the whole new perk card system. That is coming along. Yeah, some I don't know if you would have been here the last time that we had these monsters. The new cards I think are technically new. We've now got items that are working now, kind of, for the most part. We're actually working on the items tonight. Yeah. Trying to think of anything else that would be new. So anyway. At a minimum, new keys would be added monthly. I mean, that's fair. Want a break from the game dev? I mean, I did just start doing the game dev. Summer Dev says, I forgot your deck was accurate. Yeah, and it wasn't before. Technically, it isn't right now. Technically, I have not turned it on yet. But it is set up to allow for shuffling. So, We don't technically have to turn it on, though. We could just have it randomly pull cards. How about one that removes the current monster, but a new one takes its place and has kind of 100% resistance? Ooh. Kind of fun. So it removes the current monster, and then a new one takes its place with 100% resistance. So... Maybe. So I would need like a positive and a negative to happen, right? Because it's like with these sandwiches, they're supposed to basically work kind of like the perk cards do, but just in like a very immediate consumable way, essentially, right? So it's like, you know, this one, it could either double your XP or it could cut your current XP in half. This one could restore 100% of your HP, or it could damage you by 50%. And then same thing with the monster sandwiches. That's what I'm just going to call them, because you've got the sandwiches that you can eat, which are these ones, and you've got the monster sandwiches, which are these ones. Like this one is the one that we just finished last stream, which it could reduce the monster's HP by 50%, but it also could increase it by 50%. So it could go either way. And that's kind of what we need for this sandwich here, is like it needs to be something that is immediate. So it's like status effects. I like the idea. But it would have to be something that would either be permanent for the rest of the battle or something like that. Maybe it's a magic card that generates so it doesn't count in the deck. We could do that as well. We could just have it bypass checking to see what actually is. Yeah, we could absolutely do that. There's still a random element since there's a chance the new card is good or bad. True. Let's see, how about the sandwich is so gross it makes the monster redraw its current cards? Could do that as well, yeah. The only thing there is you only ever really see the monster's other cards once you have played. And I don't think I really want to make it so you can use items while the monster is played. I don't know. I do like the idea of forcing a redraw, though. Let's see, things are all right. Same old life stuff. I reignited my old hyperfixation, and I made crochet fan art. Very nice. Excuse me. Very nice. I love it. Love it. I opened a Sprite for the first time in a while, thanks to those pillows. Cool to use again. Wait, what? I opened a Sprite for the first time in a while, thanks to those pillows. Cool to use it again. A Sprite. Okay, I was like, what are you talking about? That makes way more sense. I like it. I like it. That is awesome. Notes written off topic. All right, I'm gonna have to take a quick peek. The monster could also hate ham. True. Increases / decreases the blackjack number, the 21. Okay. Could you do something that doubles the face-up card and hopefully force a monster's bust? Yeah. I don't know how I would visualize it would be the only problem, because it's like, you know, I mean, obviously, like, it would be easy enough to, like, double, you know, a 2 through a 5, because then it's like I would just show whatever the value is there. But something we could do is... we could have it force the monster to draw another card immediately. Okay, so so when it comes to the cards, what are the options that would be like relatively light to add in here, given the current system? Redrawing, that would be a pretty easy one. Drawing a third card as of right now, I think it'd be pretty easy. 3-hour mark. 3-hour mark, and we have done like nothing but talk about the game jam. Whoops. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, so draw another card, or like draw a new hand. Force them to draw another card. We could force them to flip the card so you can actually see what their hand is. We could do that. What the?
Welcome HyperGameDev_ and your 11 amazing audience members.
HyperGameDev, thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate that. Welcome everyone. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Yeah, fantastic to see you here. We are we're slowly but surely getting into the game dev stuff. It's been a little bit of a different stream tonight. We had some game jam stuff going on that we were looking at. So we were looking at the there it is. The Bad Idea Productions game jam that just started yesterday evening / today, and yeah, so we're kind of going over different concepts for the game we were going to make, and yeah, kind of landed on something like this. So if you've ever played Kingsway, it is a game where like you're basically playing the game in an operating system essentially, and I kind of want to try and make it like this. We'll see what happens. But anyway, so that's been most of the stream, and now we're finally now getting into game dev stuff. So, but anyway, welcome. Glad you're here. How did your stream go?
For the follow, Kim is Rhythms.
Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, how was your stream? How did things go for you? How you doing? How was life? Let's see here. Gotta make sure that I'm caught up. Lazarla says, I feel like changing the 21 to something different would influence too much. Like an ace and face wouldn't win anymore. That's a big part of it. Fair. Game jam, yes. So yeah, definitely looking into doing
that. Follow. Rough Knight 86.
Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, looking into to doing that game jam should be a good time. We need your 30-minute explanation now. We very well may need it. Let's see, raid moment. I appreciate that. Let's see, hyper double platform raid. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Hyper Game Dev. Let's see, love the emote. Thank you, chemistry. Let's see, whoa, looks cool. Thank you. I mean, who knows if it'll actually happen?
Thanks for the
we'll
follow,
see.
Stonehaven Games.
Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, who knows if it'll actually turn into anything. Again, it's very much so like we were just kind of brainstorming ideas and topics to potentially make a game out of. So it's a 1-month game jam, and I'm usually not a huge 1-month game jam person, just because I don't have a ton of time to work on games, and so I feel like when there's one game jam.
Thanks for the follow, Chemist Nick.
Nick, thank you so much for the refall. I appreciate that. But yeah, so I feel like when there is a 1-month game jam, I almost feel like I am gonna not have as much of an advantage just because I don't have as much time to work on it. So I usually do like weekend / 3-day, maybe week-long game jams. But this one seems interesting, so we'll see what happens. But again, yes, thank you so much for that raid. I do appreciate that. Looks like it was both here on Twitch and on YouTube, so thank you for that. I do appreciate that. And yeah, brought a lot of people over on YouTube here today. You, holy smokes, yeah, you did. Wow, you were absolutely killing it on YouTube today. Very nice. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Game jam can be more about learning than winning too. True. And there's definitely going to be some things. If I can actually make this work, it is going to be a little tricky, but I'm sure it's possible. Let's see. That's pretty cool. Thank you. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it actually happens. Again, like it's definitely just the idea of it. So we'll see if I'm actually able to make it. But then I was like, you know what? We should probably actually do some game dev stuff on a game dev stream. So yeah, so we're working on some game dev stuff here tonight. We were playing Wolfenstein and Wolfenstein-like games for the new game like Jam. Then did dev, so kind of the same. Very nice. Yeah, I saw that game Jam, and I want to participate, but the engine that I know doesn't really support making games like that. Like, can't really make it very well, and so I'm like, well, I don't know if I would be able to. It would be fun, though. It would be an absolute blast. But Wolfenstein, that is a good game. I do love me some good old Wolfenstein. I've always wanted to make a game like Wolfenstein. And maybe one day I will learn an engine that will allow me to do that. So yeah, there is no R. I have whatever that's called. That's true. Chemisci Nick does not have an R in his name. Game Jam can be more about learning than winning. Let's see, a game dev on a game dev stream. It's like art on an art stream. I know, it's crazy. It's wild stuff. See, 100% fair RPG Maker wise. There's a new jam every other month. So there's other chances to get in on it. That's fair. That is fair. Yeah. And honestly, on the next one, I probably will join in because I love game jams. They're an absolute blast. But anyway, yeah. So for the rest of the stream, I'm probably going to be figuring out what we want to do with these sandwiches. So basically, I'm not going to do the full spiel, so for everybody who's about to freak out, I'm not going to do the full spiel. But for anybody new, first of all, welcome, glad you're here. Yeah, my name is Moonwood Games. I'm working on a retro-style dungeon-crawling roguelike RPG called Tomb of Vercilias. You play as a bounty-hunting adventurer who is delving into a tomb, which used to be a wizard's tower, trying to eventually find your way to the wizard Vercilias, who used to be the king's right-hand mage, but started looking into and researching dark magic. When the king found that out, he was not a fan, and so he ordered for the arrest of Vercilias. So Vercilias put a curse on his tower, on his wizard's tower, to have it ever be like shifting and changing, so that it would be an unnavigable labyrinth. Which worked. No one ever was able to find their way to him, but because of this, people never saw him come out of his wizard's tower. So everyone just assumes that he's probably died inside of his wizard's tower. So they now refer to his Tower of Vercilias, now to the Tomb of Vercilias. But the king is not, he's like, no, absolutely not. Like, if I don't see him in front of me, dead or alive, I'm going to assume he's probably still alive in there somewhere. So he's put out a bounty on the mage's head, and now you are going into the tower, and you are trying to navigate and find your way. And yeah, so you are one of many who are going in and trying to find Vercilias. So yeah, so it's like a randomly generated dungeon that you will be just going through, collecting items, fighting monsters, all that fun stuff. And the combat is blackjack. So yeah, so if you're familiar with blackjack, you're playing blackjack. And if you're not familiar with blackjack, it's pretty easy to learn. Basically, just don't draw over 21. And make sure to draw above what the monster is drawing. So, and the kind of the catch is, like, you can only see the first card the monster has drawn. So the second card, you kind of just have to wonder, maybe guess. And yeah, and sometimes it's dang it, I'm not playing well. Come on, you're making me look bad, game. Okay, there we go. And then if you ever get a tie, so usually in blackjack, if you get a tie, basically you just take whatever money you gambled in and move on to the next round. But in this, I was like, it kind of seems not very much fun to like have it tie and then have it not do anything. So basically, if you get a tie, then you will roll a dice and you just guess, is it going to be evens or odds? And then if you win, you do damage. And if you lose, then the monster does damage to you. So, oh, that's right, I forgot. So in the game, there are different perk cards you'll be able to apply to your character. The one that I picked on this one, I just clicked on one randomly. It does make it so if I get a blackjack, I now do 3x damage, but it also has a 2% chance of accidentally drawing 2 cards when I draw a card. So that was why I drew 3 cards just there. Thank freaking goodness. Anyway, so in the game, though, so that there are there's these dice here that are, you know, whatever, they're in the game, they do things. But as of right now, we are working on getting the items and the item system working. So, yeah, so we've added things like healing potions, and then we've got these sandwiches that are actually named after one of our fantastic viewers over here on Twitch, SomeRanDev. And yeah, so these sandwiches, you'll be able to find them throughout the tomb. And yeah, they'll do random things in like a very consumable way. So like this one will either double your current XP or it will cut your current XP in half. So it's kind of just a gamble, right? Like, are you going to take this and hopefully double your XP, or are you going to chance cutting it in half? Same thing here with the sandwich. It's it could restore your HP by 100%, or it could reduce it by 50%. So, yeah, so some Randev, absolutely a fantastic individual, and yeah, so I was doing like these perk cards for everybody, whoever wanted one. I was making these perk cards. So you got like Fairly is absolutely fantastic. Mathra, we've got Griffin. We've got Axel, and yeah, so basically I was making these perk cards for people. Some Randev did not want the perk card, some Randev wanted an item, and so we decided on so we went with the sandwiches, and they are called Some Random Sandwich. And yes, they do random things. So anyway, all that to say, we are working on these as of right now. So we have one of these work. Well, we have a couple of these working. So this one is working, and this one is working. This specific type of sandwich is not working though. So this one, trying to decide what it's going to do. So there basically needs to be some kind of positive and some kind of negative effect, and it needs to be like a specific immediate thing that happens, right? So like this one, where it either doubles your XP or cuts your XP in half. The other sandwich either heals you 100% or it cuts your health in half. This one, it reduces the monsters. So these more appetizing looking sandwiches. Definitely not dissing your art, Some Random. These more appetizing looking sandwiches are meant to be eaten by the player, and then the more nasty looking ones that still look beautiful, but maybe a little bit toxic looking, those ones are meant to be fed to the monster. And so if you feed them to the monster, they will do a thing. So this one could either reduce the monster's HP by 50%, or it could increase it by 50%. Let's feed it to him. Let's see what happens. Okay, his health increased by 50%. He now has 15 health instead of 10 health. And yeah, it's just kind of the dice you roll. There we go. That was a net positive technically. So anyway, so still trying to decide what we're gonna actually do with this sandwich, in terms of like, well, what it's actually going to do. So a couple ideas have been tossed around. We've got ideas of it. Either the next card that the monster draws is going to either be like super high or super low. We've got some ideas of it either wiping out the monster's hand and then them redrawing. We've thought about maybe having it just draw a third card outright, flipping over the first card, all sorts of things. So I'm trying to decide, yeah, just trying to decide what we're actually going to do with it. Anyway, no, I want the whole spiel. Sorry, Nick. Sorry. No whole spiel. Love the idea of those sandwiches. They look like candy. Oh, hey. Well, there we go. Some Randev. It looks like your sandwiches look like candy. So there we go. Fantastic stuff. Let's see. Dark magic. No, I know. Crazy dark magic stuff. I haven't gambled in game dev enough to make a finished game, but I know enough to appreciate the work that goes into it. I also learned a lot about typing, art, code, and audio. There's so much. I'm glad I at least know what buttons do and in programs now. Hey, so there you go. Hey, that's half the battle. Half the battle is knowing what the buttons do. Some random says, who? Community Easter egg sandwiches. They are the best. They are the best. I love them. I would eat. Commercial looking sandwiches are for monsters. Commercial? Do you mean chemical? Chemical looking sandwiches? I mean, they could be commercial looking sandwiches too. Know thy enemy. All right, so I'm trying to think of like what other stats we could look into doing. We could maybe do something with, so we can do something with blackjacks. We could do something with maybe the monster's attack power. So we'd have it be something along the lines of like it could either, because if we're gonna do something that's more permanent, so like doubling the attack, I want it to be something that would be permanent as a pause, like a negative thing for the player as well. Doubles or halves your next attack. We could. So with the sandwiches though, I want it to be specific to the monster though, right? Because the whole idea is like these sandwiches here, like these more, I guess, toxic looking ones. I'm trying to think of like how to best describe them. But it's like these ones here are ones you feed to the monster, whereas these ones here are ones that the player can eat themselves, right? So the idea is like if you were to feed this to the monster, something positive or like there'd be a 50-50 shot of either something positive or something negative happening for the player. And so like, you know, so like for this one, the positive thing is that either it cuts the monster's HP in half. The negative thing is it doubles, or not doubles, but like increases it by 50%. So something like this, it could be I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to run and try to sleep. Hopefully my sleep schedule will get better. Have a good dev session, Moonwood. Thank you so much for the raids. I do appreciate it. I should have mentioned that if you needed to raid and run, you definitely can. No worries at all. Thank you so much again. And yeah, I hope you get some good sleep. Hopefully your sleep schedule will start doing better. And yeah, so thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Then monsters eat them and possibly get a 100% damage bonus or minus 50%. And we also could do that. We 100% absolutely could do that. It would require a bit more work in terms of, because as of right now, there's not really a way to know how much damage the player, how much damage the monster is going to do. Yeah, bye for now, Moonwood. See you next time. Thank you. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, we'll hopefully see you next time. Hopefully, maybe you'll be streaming later and I'll be able to raid you next time. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so yeah, so we could figure out UI for where it would actually show the monster's attack. We absolutely could do that. Man. I don't get why these sandwiches are so much more difficult to like figure out what to do with them. I do think damage would be a good way to go about it. So I feel like the damage could be a... Yeah, like the damage could be a good way to go about it. So now I just have to figure out where we're actually going to show the monster's damage in here. So we do have to show what the monster is going to actually be doing if we're going to do something along the lines of like increasing their damage or reducing it. So this whole area here gets filled up with cards eventually, so we can't put it there. We could put it above on this side. We could put it up here. But I don't think I'd want it to be in the form of like the sphere, like the health and the draw power up. So you don't really need to show an indicator of where it is at in like relative to its max. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's see, where are we gonna throw this? Images, pictures. Kind of grab this one. and room. There we go. $32 would be 16. And then I'm going to reduce you down to 25%. Okay. That is roughly what it would look like. So what if we throw... We can throw something up here. With 14. How big are these icons? These are 16. I think they're 14 because they have 1 pixel of padding. Yeah, so let's go with 14. Slightly lighter gray. Okay. And let's do just like a sword, because I want like an icon to indicate what it's actually going to be doing. It's like you know, being attack or something. I don't know, maybe attack, maybe a sword is okay. There we go. I don't know, maybe a sword is not the best to indicate a monster's attack. Yeah. Claw? Ooh, I like claw. Depends on the monster. And we could go back and forth and go with like different icons depending on what monster it was you were fighting. We could go with a claw though. Yeah, bite mark, claw, sword, etc. Yeah, because that's the thing is like as of right now we don't have a lot of a bestiary right now, right? Or bestiary, however you pronounce it. So as of right now, the only 2 monsters we have in the game are this floating skull and then this orc thing. So eventually we'll have more. You know, we used to have a few more, and then we just kind of, I don't know, like this was my original floating skull. Little terrifying just because he's not great. We used to have a slime in the game, which, you know, I'm definitely going to be adding those back. We do have a mini boss in the game, which is this guy right here. Might need to redo his graphics, maybe, just because like he doesn't look quite on par with how these guys look now. But anyway, yeah, I think we might actually do a claw, or even claw marks, more of a universal one. Not a bad idea. What type of attack? So I haven't really actually considered haven't really considered about like different attacks for the monsters. So the player does different elemental attacks. So you got pyro, geo, hydro, and necro damage, which then gets used when you're drawing your cards, right? So the player does do different types of different elemental damage. But as far as the damage for the monster, it's just reducing the player's HP. I haven't really thought about if the monsters would do different like types of attacks, right? Like different elements, different like if it would be slashing or piercing or something like that damage. I think in general, it'll probably just be a basic attack. Like there's not going to be like any specific kind of attack. Like not like no bludgeoning, no slashing, no piercing. It'll just be you take damage essentially, right? I'm so much in biology that instead of at this point, I read ATP as adenine trisulfate. That sounds terrible. Also, any effects like fire, poison, etc. Yeah, so probably not anything like that. Maybe with the bosses there might be. And that's where I'm almost like, do we still, instead of, so we could still use this same stuff here. Let me actually check on this. So we've got, I think it's variable, monster attack is variable 7. Okay, I think if we actually come in here, hide everything. Let me actually just turn off the full screen so you can see what's going on. If we come down here, we've got this orb. Let's copy and paste. Okay, so you're going to have a scale of 1, and then a scale Y of -1. Move it up here. Oh, that. Okay, there's that. And then if we then copy, so the 6 is just the text, right? Yeah, copy paste, and let's get this 6. This needs to be variable, was it 70? I think 70 is the monster's attack. Yes, variable 70. So I could just throw something like that here for now. It does kind of make it start feeling a little cluttered though, and I worry about it getting too cluttered with the UI. The one thing that I'm a little bit nervous about adding is we could add like a number or something like that right here, which would work probably pretty well for most of the monsters. I worry about if there's like any oddly sized monsters though, what that would look like. So the idea is like it would be there next to them, but yeah. By the way, haven't checked out the notes. That's true. I have not checked the notes. I might have time. I might. It has definitely turned into a very busy evening. See, Mortis says, wait, are you using RPG Maker for this? I am using RPG Maker MV for this game. So, yeah, it's, it makes it a bit of a struggle. If I'm being completely honest, it is a bit of a struggle to get this thing to work like this with RPG Maker. But it technically works. So I'm like, eh. So, you know. Could be worse, could be better. Yeah. Well, that's crazy work on there. Well done. Thank you. I appreciate that. It is a lot of JavaScript. I've written a lot of JavaScript and I'm using quite a few plugins. So, yeah, definitely not like an out of the box thing, but also like really not as many plugins as one might think. So these are the plugins I'm using. And then it's honestly just a ton of JavaScript. So basically anytime you see, I mean, let's come over to like here or yeah. So basically anytime you see this like lighter gray, light blue-ish text, that is JavaScript. And so as you can see, like there's quite a bit of it. And then a lot of these blue. So this is like the if statements. They're conditional branches in RPG Maker. A lot of those are also like custom written JavaScript. And this is definitely like a lighter event with JavaScript. But yeah, so a lot of it to honestly make it all do what I need it to do. I would say probably the craziest thing was the random generation for the levels. So this entire thing here is all of the code that goes into randomly generating the levels. And yeah, works out pretty well now. Couple bugs still here and there, but not too bad. I just made the switch to Godot from Game Maker and been loving it. I have heard so many good things about Godot. I mean, to be fair, I've heard a lot of good things about Game Maker too, but yeah, I've heard Godot is a very, very good switch. So that's awesome. Yeah, maybe one of these days I will also make the switch to either Godot or something else, but yeah. Very nice though, I like it. Okay, well, I think for now, it gets the job done. It at least gets a number on the screen, and then eventually I will figure out some better way to display the monster's attack.
Thanks for the follow, Mortius Angelus.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. So how long had you been using Game Maker for? Was it something you've used for a long time, or was it not so long? I guess would be the opposite of that question. Yeah. Okay, well, let's come in here. We've got the items, so common events, and then we've got the item tooltips. The item tooltips, so number 7, some random sandwich. Some random sandwich, the sandwich looks nasty. Maybe a monster would want it. Maybe a monster would eat it. Yeah, maybe we'll say maybe a monster would eat it. I still think it's like slightly too long, but oh well. Okay, now this one should say, could reduce the monster's attack by 50%, or it could increase the monster's attack by 50%. 50-50? Do we feel like a 50-50 is good? I think 50-50 is good. I think, yeah, because it's already, because the, what's the right word? The chance of the player getting it is still already 50-50. And so I think having it like an even across the board kind of a thing, right? Where it's like, you know, like this first one, where it's like it could increase the monster's HP by 50%, or it could reduce it by 50%. I think same thing here. It could reduce the monster's attack by 50%, or it could increase the monster's attack by 50%. Yeah, I think that'd be good. So then, over here, the monster item usage. So this is the first one, sandwich 3, could heal monsters or could damage monsters. Okay, copy and paste that one. So this one is if you are equal to 107. This is random sandwich number 4. Could increase monster ATK or could reduce. There we go. So we just pick a random number between 1 and 2. If the random number is equal to 1, we're not going to do any tint pictures. I'm probably going to add animations and stuff like that later, but for now, this will work. Oh, let's see. Mortar says, I've been doing game dev for a few years, around like 3 or so. Started on Unity, but was asset mashing and didn't feel like I was learning. Tried Unreal, but my PC wasn't happy with that. Fair. Then took some time with no internet and made the switch to Game Maker since everything is contained in an engine and really helped me dial in back and helped me really dial it back and really learn how to code and think in a coding mindset. Then wanted to do 3D, hopping back into Unity for a little. Now knowing more about the company ethics nosedived. Yeah, it's Unity is, I feel like they've had way too many controversies. It's like, no. So decided it was time to go to try Godot again, now that I have more knowledge. Very nice. Yeah, I like that. Nothing wrong with, hopping around, trying a few different engines, giving some stuff some try. I say as I've used RPG Maker for like 25 years and haven't really tried anything else. I have tried a couple other engines. I have tried Unity, I have tried Unreal, and you know, I did like a couple day tutorial where it's like, you know, I was going through learning how to create NPCs, how to create movement, how to create, you know, maps and things like that. And then I got to the end of it and I was like, oh, that was cool. And then I never really tried it again, and then I would just forget what I learned. And I'm like, well, nah, probably for the best. So just use an older version of Unity, 2022. Could do that. The company sucks, but the engine is honestly really nice. You can make some really nice games in Unity. I mean, one of my favorite games is made in Unity, which is 7 Days to Die. So, you know, you definitely can make some really good games in it. You know, it's just kind of depends on how you feel about the company as a whole. Anyway, okay, so if it's number 1, let's see. We want to say set 70, so variable 70 to equal variable 70 plus I guess it'd be plus variable 70 divided by 2. Yeah. So we're adding the variable to itself plus itself that's divided by 2, so it's increasing it by 50%. Yeah. And then we shouldn't need that one there. We should need that over there. So really, that's like the only thing that it should do. It should increase it by 50% and call that good. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so then over here, this one, we're going to say control variables. We're going to set 70 to equal 70 minus 70 divided by 2. Don't flash the screen. And then if 70 is less than or equal to 0, then just set 70 to equal 1. Yeah, because basically we don't want the monster's attack to ever be less than 1. Like, we don't want them doing 0 damage, right? So basically, if it tries to reduce it and it is less than that, then yeah. Okay, so let's give this a shot. Let's come in here. Let's go to the enemies, and we're just going to increase the attack to like 6 on both of these guys. So it should carry that number over, because it should be pulling from the monster database over to the variable where it's storing all of that stuff. Come over here. All right, if you come over here, there we go. So we got the monster. He's doing 6 damage. Let's see if we've got the item. We do have the item. This sandwich looks nasty. Maybe some monster would eat it. Could reduce the monster's attack by 50%, or it could increase the monster's attack by 50%. So if I drag and drop this over here, we should see it do either go down to 3 or go up to 12. Oh, there we go. We cut it in half. Awesome. Fantastic. Nick says, well, I'm going. Bye-bye. Nick, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I am so sorry that I wasn't able to get to your notes, but I do appreciate you being here, for sharing. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you on a future stream. So thank you. Thank you. So yeah, Mortar says, yeah, so good. Godot and Game Maker are my 2 top tier due to ease of use and policy. Godot has really been winning me over lately. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, again, like, I've heard fantastic stuff about Godot. It's honestly like up there on the engines that I would probably try if I were to switch away from RPG Maker. So, okay, then if we try this again. Hold up. Nope, that is not right. So we went from a 3 to a 4. That is not 50%. Or is it? Wait. I was thinking in terms of doubling. We're not doubling, we're doing 50%. So for you, so we're going from 6 to a 9. So we're increasing it by 50%, not 100%. Okay. Okay, of course. That's right. What is happening here? Generate property, name of undefined. those little bugs here and there, I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is going to be an absolute nightmare to fix all of these. Okay, here we go. So I should be able to give him one of these. So he should go from 6 to a 9. And then give him another one. He should go from a 9 to a 13. Seems right. Give another one. 13 to a 19. 19 to a 28. I have made him the absolute enemy. He is now going to do 28 damage. He can almost one-shot me. Well, let's stand on a 20. Let's see if I can get out of this. Okay, 25. Oh, crap. I'm also doing 0 pyro damage. I should not have taken this one. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I feel like with RPG Maker backing and 2D style, Game Maker would come easy to you. That's what I've been told. I've been told by a lot of people. They're like, if you just use Game Maker to do this instead of using RPG Maker, then like I would be able to finish this game probably like twice as fast. And I'm like, well, maybe. So I might have to give it a shot sometime with just like a little project here and there just to see how it comes along. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, especially because it's like the things that I have to do to like make it so I can actually drag and drop things around the screen. That is not correct. I'll have to figure that out. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, the things that I have to do to like just be like drag and drop things around the screen and like make these like tooltips pop up right here. I know the Game Maker, I could do it in like 2 seconds with that. Whereas in here, it's a little bit more involved and complex, but, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, one of these days. I'm definitely not going to be scrapping all of this and like switching because it would be an absolute nightmare to rebuild all of this in Game Maker. But why am I getting so many pyro cards? I need to do more damage because this guy, as soon as this guy gets one hit on me, that is going to hurt so bad. I've also apparently wasted 2 of my potions, so happy day there. Hit. Oh, that was a bad idea. Oh, down to 1 HP. Okay, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that I have these giant flasks. Can I actually get out of here with him doing 28 damage? Oh. Okay. Oh, I got a blackjack. Okay. 18. Hey, come on. 11, 18. Oh, evens? Oh, yes. Crap. I didn't realize. This 0 pyro damage is really wrecking me. Stand on a 16. Ooh, okay. I've got no more potions left. What does this one do again? Could restore 100% HP or could reduce it by 50%. I mean, I could take those if I needed to. Could reduce the monster's HP by 50% or could increase the monster's... Okay, no, we're not doing that. Stand. 17. Well, I got nothing else to lose. We're just going to eat this sandwich, this ham sandwich, see what happens. Oh, the luck. The luck is beautiful. Okay, we're going to stand on a 17. Please be lucky again. Dang it. I hate the bad sandwich. Oh well. All right, cool. So it does seem to be working. I do want to test and see, though. What is it actually going to do? I only have 1. Okay. So if let's do this. Let's go to... So enemies are just going to have a single attack. Just one damage per hit. That's all we're going to do here. Let's see. T-Game Devs says, tried all the engines, got a few I keep installed, but Game Maker has been the go-to for years. It's quirky, but I'm comforting with the jerk. With the jank. I'm so sorry. I'm tired. It's quirky, but I'm comforting with the jank. That's fair. I mean, I feel like basically any engine's gonna have some kind of jank, right? And hey, like if you can embrace the jank and if you can make the jank work for you, then that's half the battle, honestly. Like, yeah, if you can make that happen, you're basically halfway there. Okay, so if we take the sandwich. Okay, so that was one where it was supposed to reduce his damage by 50%, but because he's at 1, it didn't do anything. So let's just make sure this should be accurate. It should still be 1 damage. So if we hit, so if I bust, he should still do 1 damage to me. Cool. Let's bust again. I should go down to 19 health, which I do. Awesome. And now if I, oh, he got a 21. All right, cool. And then if I give him another one of these sandwiches, let's see what happens. Nothing. Cool. Happy freaking day. I should not have stood on a 14. What was I thinking? 20? I'll stand on a 20 though. Oh, let's split. We're going to split the hands. Hit there, hit there. All right, well, there we go. We're standing on a 20. Please, please, please. Yes. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. Sometimes, like, when the RNG actually works in your favor, it feels so good. And then other times when it's not working in your favor, it's so sad. I do like it, though, when the RNG actually works in your favor and gives you good stuff. It's a happy day. Oh, blackjack, eh? And he got a blackjack. Okay. All right. I'm going to stand on a 20. Yeah, I'll stand on a 20. There we go. Let's see. Stonehaven Games says, everything is a jank sandwich. Which jank sandwich can you eat and still enjoy? That is words of wisdom right there. Words of wisdom. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Whichever jank sandwich you can take and be fine with, that's the jank sandwich for you. I feel like you can apply that to a lot of things, like marriage. Whatever jank sandwich you can handle, that is the jank sandwich for you. I'm definitely not calling my wife a jank sandwich right now. I swear. If she's watching right now, I swear I'm not calling you a jank sandwich. All right. I don't know. I'm still playing. I should be done. I should be done. I tested it. Everything's fine. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, again, I'm going to beautify this a little bit more just to, you know, get a better idea. But, yeah. So there we go. Sumran Dev, I'm sure you're not still here, but your sandwich is good to go. It now does things. So, yeah, there we go. We can now come in here, and you've got these different sandwiches. Dang it! Okay. All right, so I need to fix that. So basically, the issue there was you're supposed to be able to put items down. Oh my gosh. You're supposed to be able to put items down when it's not bugging out. You're supposed to be able to put items down. Oh, wait a minute. Is it because I changed things? Ah, crap, it is. That's a fun bug. All right, well, yeah, we're gonna fix that. Yeah, oopsies indeed. Yeah, so basically the idea is you're not supposed to be able to put stuff down over here that's not supposed to go over here. So you're supposed to be able to use these on the monsters, which they're supposed to do things. Which even those, that's not doing anything. Crap. But if I put the dice down in here, everything works fine. So this is what it's supposed to do with the items. You're supposed to be able to put items down on the floor, and then you can pick them up because, you know, things spawn in the tomb. Then you're supposed to be able to have them be on the floor. You can pick them up, put them in your inventory. Happy day. But I think I made an adjustment recently that made it anytime you put something down anywhere, it consumes it. Yeah. That's not good. Yeah. Item black hole is not good. Not good at all. Let's see here. What is your username? Vinegar Goma says, you say everything is fine, but what about that out of place pixel? Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. What out of place pixel? What out of place pixel are you talking about? Please don't tell me that. Also, what is happening there? Why? That was interesting. Anyway, no, there's no out of place pixels. Everything's fine. Oh, I see it now. No, don't tell me that. Right there. All right, now I know you're messing with me. You gotta be messing with me. You're messing with me. Gaslight in chat. Please, please. It's too late. My brain's gonna believe everything you say. I was terrified for a second. I was like, wait, what has happened? What happened? What happened? Because I know there is still some jank in here that it needs to be corrected. Actually, yeah, there's definitely jank in here that needs to be corrected. But I was like, okay, if there's like an actual pixel that's out of place, that's not good. That is not good. Speaking of not good, yeah, okay, so over here, this is the actual script for you releasing the items and putting them down. That one pixel is currently creating character. So there we go. As long as it creates character, I'm happy with that. Anyway, okay, so here is the problem. So random sandwich 1 does all this stuff, and then it immediately jumps to where is it? Consumed item. There it is. There it is. It's running a consumed item. Maybe a type check. That way, if it doesn't have the type the slot is for, then it won't consume. Well, yeah, so the problem is that I set basically like a universal consumption, right? Which should not be the case. So, let's see. Yeah, what are we going to do here? So it basically runs this every time that it like consumes an item, which is correct here because these are the potions. But even that's not correct because the player is consuming potions when it shouldn't be. Because I have full health right now, right? I've got 25 health right now. And if I take a potion, it shouldn't consume it, but it does. So that should not be the case. So, let's say I'm just gonna need these in multiple spots then, yeah? So I need to have checks in place. Okay, so here's what we can do. So we've got erase picture. We're changing all of these variables and then changing these switches and then exit event processing. So I think what we're going to do is if we move that down to there, move it over to there. So we jump to consumed items. So this stuff here only should happen if it has actually consumed the item properly. This stuff here needs to happen every single time. So let's do this. We're going to say so we need this conditional branch here. So this is if the player's health is greater than the player's max health plus 661. What is variable 661? Sometimes working off of IDs is not fun. But unfortunately, that is the way that RPG Maker works. So 661 is the perk health points percentage. Okay. So we just need to say if the player's health is greater than or equal to the player's health plus ceiling times 51 and math floor 51 times 661 divided by 100. Okay. So basically this is just saying let's jump to label. Skip consumption. Okay. So then to skip consumption, we will just then go to label here, skip consumption. Okay. So if you jump to consumed item, this is where we can actually set the check. So if the player has full health, then it won't consume the potion. I hope that should be correct. Let's double check it though before we then implement it for the other checks. So if we come over here and we have got a potion here, if I try to consume it. All right. All right. Crap. Well, released items. This is if released is on, and then show items menu. So released. So switch 4. Is this turning on switch 4? Oh, that's turning it off. Okay. So I need to turn this on if it's not consumed, and then turn it off. Okay, so if we put that there, and then you turn it on. I think. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Why did I do that? I do not want to go check out a monster. I just want to come in here and check this out. Okay, so I'm at 29 health. If I go like this, perfect. So I try and consume it. Nothing happens. Awesome. But if I come over here and let's bust on purpose, if I can get damaged, I have now been damaged 1 health. I've now been damaged 1 health. So if I grab this and I heal, oh, wait, I can't do that. Because this is then healing the player. And then it's checking after it's healed. Okay, all right, never mind. That's not going to happen. Crap. How's the game dev? It's coming along slowly but surely. Yeah, nothing too crazy, honestly. It's yeah. Tonight's been a bit of a weird one. We spent more than the first half of the stream looking over stuff for this game jam, for the Bad Ideas Productions game jam, and just kind of, you know, getting a bunch of concepts figured out and all that fun stuff. And then I actually jumped into game dev stuff, and it has not been going well. I apparently have broken my item consumability scripts, which is not fun. Not fun at all. So there's that. Yeah, so much fun. Game jam? I know. It's actually been a minute since I joined a game jam. So yes, we've gone over a couple concepts in terms of like what kind of game I might try and make. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'm probably going to like try and make just a little bit more on the side. And then if I feel like it's something that I could make, then we'll probably do it on stream.
Thanks for the follow, Bullet_S.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Currently doing a game jam as well. Ooh, nice. Which one are you doing? If you wanted to share. You don't have to if you don't want to. So, do I... Scoiled! Squad says, overslept, but glad, overslept, but glad, waking up, greetings. Welcome, Scoiled. Welcome. Glad you're here. I'm sorry that you overslept, but I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you made it. And I'm glad that you are on a 7-stream streak. That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for watching 7 streams in a row. Thank you for streaking here. Remember, everybody, if you're to streak anywhere, make sure to streak here in this stream. So thank you. Thank you for that, Scoiled. I appreciate that. Pizza Doggies, Horror Jam, number 4. Ooh, a Horror Jam, eh? You don't say. Submissions due in 6 days. Ooh, okay. So it's open from February until March 8th. Okay, all right. Well, little into it. So yeah, so 2 weeks. Prizes: the Humble Bundle by Pizza Doggy plus $40, $35, $25, a secret gift everyone who joins, and a certificate of participation. Ooh, nice. Yeah, so this must be, you must incorporate the jam's theme as the basis of your game. You must incorporate at least one of the jam's diversifiers, 4 elements, humor, optional but appreciated, work alone, or in a team of up to 5 people. Rate at least 5 entries from other participants. Okay, so we got the rules, the judge criteria, theme. Theme must be incorporated into the game. Erosion, the gradual destruction or diminishment of something. For example, it can affect space, memory, the body, gravity, time, perception, identity, sound, material, or anything else. That is wild. I love that. The jam's theme can be interpreted abstractly, so it won't impose strict limits on your creativity. I like that. I like that. Diversifiers, at least one must be incorporated into the game. Buried Alive, Prison Break, Digging Deep, Treasure Hunting, Mining for Resources, Drilling Your Way Out, or Underwater Research for Exploration. That sounds like an absolute blast of a jam. Oh my gosh. If this wasn't already halfway through, I would probably be a little bit more tempting. Yeah, erosion is very interesting. That is super cool. The first thing that came to mind for me, the very first thing that came to mind with erosion, right? So you got erosion and then seeing the diversifiers. The thing I'm thinking is space travel, and then either being like mining for resources or like treasure hunting or something like that. Yeah, so basically you are in space, lost in space, trying to get your way back, but you're obviously erosion, like you're running out of oxygen, you're running out of food, and then your spaceship is also just like slowly degrading over time, and so you gotta like find your way back and like look for clues throughout space and all that fun stuff. Obviously, first idea is usually not the best ones to go with. Like, that was like the first thing that my mind went with. I was like, ooh, like a cool like space exploration game where like maybe you've got like aliens hot on your trail and they're coming for you and they're trying to get you, and eventually they board your ship and you gotta hide, and it's scary, terrifying stuff. That is cool though. I like that. I like that. I'm an overachiever. I have almost all the diversifiers. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Buried Alive, Prison Break, Digging Deep, Treasure Hunting, Mining for Resources, Drilling Your Way Out, and Underwater Research or Exploration. I know you said most all of them. I know that's not all of them, but like that's crazy. That is wild. I'm not gonna lie though, Underwater Research or Exploration, that is enough to terrify me. That would be a horrible enough horror game. Ooh, I hate deep sea. Like I am more terrified of the deep sea than I am of like deep space. Like I would 100% rather be in like a spaceship that's like lost out in space than being on a ship like a submarine that's lost at the bottom of the sea. Can't do it. Absolutely horrifying stuff. Okay, well, I'm definitely gonna have to go in here and fix the it's basically I just need to fix the order that it does these things, because as of right now yeah, so it turns on released, turns off released items. Do we need to turn off picked up? Yeah, I'll have to figure that one out. Mine is a cave diver hunting for treasure. The cave buries you alive. You dig deep, hunting for treasure and mining for resources to upgrade your tools. Trying to dig your way out while the cave erodes, as well as your mental state erodes the more you're in the dark. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is horrifying sounding. Holy smokes. You are definitely going to have to share a link when the game jam is over and when you finish that, because I want to see that game. That sounds like so much fun. Yeah, I would play that. I would play that. That sounds like an absolute blast. Yeah, if you're okay with it, I would love to see a link once you're done with that. Yeah, that would be awesome. Okay, everybody. Well, I think we're probably going to end it here. It is late. It is almost 12:30 for me, and I've got to be up for work in about 5 hours, so I have got to go get some rest. But I do appreciate you all being here. It has been an absolute blast. I know that's for anyone who is a regular here. I know that is a little bit different of a stream tonight. But yeah, so I'll probably let you all know if we're going to be doing the game jam probably before the Tuesday stream. So if we are going to be doing the game jam, then we might be taking a break from Tomb of Vercilias for just a little bit to work on the game jam. And we'll just see what we can get done. And if not, then it'll just be back to business as usual on the Tuesday stream. But I will let you all know either on Discord or I guess you'll see from the title of the video when I go live. And yeah, should be a good time. So anyway, thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate all the follows. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you all hanging out, chatting, having a good time. It has been an absolute blast. Hope you all have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evenings or days, mornings, wherever you may be in this world. And yeah, I will see you all on the Tuesday stream. So until then, take care, good luck, and we'll see you then. Goodbye.